fucking spot. Out, damn spot! A fucking mark of chaos on my nose. Aeon, what and welcome first! Sorry, that was a bit discombobulated and mildly screamed. How are you? Let me update the wall. Boosh. It's you, Kakazi, and Fearless, all tied. Hey, Bacon.
Chaos.
Chaos. How you doing? It was a fun night last night. It was fucking good. Little fire. What? Oh, and welcome. How are you doing? No, it was, like, Abiotic last night was fucking good. And I don't know if you could tell, I definitely had that, like, let's keep going! Chaos vibes about me. But it does mean that our next session of Abiotic is going to be amazing! Nice. Little fires on their last day of work for the week, so this is your working Friday. Well, hopefully me and a certain self-aggrandizing writer can get you through it. But Aeon, it was... Okay, no drop frames over here, so... Anyway, how are you all doing? I have been up to a little bit of mischief. But nothing super spicy. There has been game news, but I just kind of want to be like... No. Hey, Kat. You know, Kat, what is fucking funny is that Shorby and Squad will probably finish Alan Wake 2 before I do. Sorry, where are my manners? So, Ket, Wolfcrad, down on the dwarf. What ho and welcome! Wolfcrad, Daikatana on the N64, it's something special. Not good, per se, but it's something special. It's like, I can't recommend anyone try and play it, but... oh yeah, no. And Chubby invited me till till we beat, and I was just like, there is a very slim chance I will catch you up. I mean, you think how much time we spent on the Herald of Light. Like, I could have happily played that musical section 3 more times. Yeah, no, I could have absolutely gone hard on that one. But as I was saying to Chorby, we'll definitely bring everybody together for the wine and cheese night. Although I did buy myself some wine for this evening, so it'll be you know, less wine and cheese, more black books, if you know it. But yeah, how are you doing? Happy weekend. Come on in, friends. Come on in. I have to drop it over here, but I have been working on something. Where is it? Haha. I have been working on something. Oh, actually, where you at? What the fuck? Sorry about this. Okay. And Bookworm, what and welcome. Come on in, come on in. I'm making a thing. Okay. Boosh. So, in theory, if I've done this right, let's see if this works. Haha! It works! And Keldra, what and welcome. Sir Garrett, Hoffers, Shaunerus, what and welcome. Come on in, friends. So after Abiotic Factor yesterday, I sat in Discord with the homies, and I managed to get us the Longship merch store back up and running. And the reason why I'm excited about this is I finally managed to get a variant of the Longship hoodie with an embroidered logo on it, which I'm very fucking excited for. Now, I'm going to pick myself up one and see how they come out. So I'm not saying this is something you'll need to leap onto. This isn't like a limited time thing. For those of us that have Longship hoodies that are getting a little, well, long in the tooth, like, we have the return. 1,000 years ago, when we first got going on this, Streamlabs used to do really good print-on-demand stuff. And that since has kind of dissipated. The blanks that they used got changed, and they ended up being like, you know, they got rid of zip-up hoodies. How am I supposed to live without a zip-up hoodie? Fucking nerds. So, I've been on the search for merch pretty much ever since. I had a deal with a really interesting company for a while, but they went under before I could even bring it to you lot. And while I will admit that...
Went to a local pub for a bit tonight. It's pretty close, only a 5-minute walk. However, it ended up being a 45-minute walk back. The difference is staggering.
Fuck. Alright, I like that. I like that. Eraman, fucking thank you. That's $10 a bit. The Yaldum is now yours. What will you do with this newfound power? What will you do? Oh yeah, and Shaunerus, it's like the bouncing mine of jokes. It kind of detonates after the fact.
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
And the Chogta comes in the night.
No two people are not on fire. Fangoriously. What? Oh, and welcome. Hello, hello. We're having a natter and a hangout, and we'll be hanging with everyone's favourite pretentious writer. It has been a while, but it's good to see you. Hello, hello. Oh shit, Ludo! What? Oh, and welcome! Come on in, friends. We've got, I want to say Ajator? Wolfie, good to see you. Karen Kazi? Max, that's easy. Peter, I can say that one. What? Oh, and welcome, friends. You just finished Indiana Jones. My god, you finally got the chance to play through the seminal works of Indiana Jones and the Fate of Atlantis, the greatest of Indiana Jones games. I'm so happy for you. Space nerd, what? Oh, and welcome. Ludo, I won't lie, today has been weird, but I'm here, I've had my coffee, I got food in the fridge, and I got, you know, wine on the counter. We're continuing with the opposite, whatever is the opposite of a speed run of Alan Wake 2. So come on in, friends, come on in. Don't worry, those of you coming on in, you've got ages. You've got ages before we are done with our kind of like afternoon banter and jumping into games, so So friends, hello, hello. But more important, Ludo, how was your stream? Did you notice all of the ridiculous details that they put in to Indiana Jones and the Tom Baker's voice? Not Tom Baker, Troy Baker's voice. Someone showed me the tech on the whip, where if you kind of like half throw it, how it drapes over elements, and I'm just like, that is physics programmers being allowed to be absolute sickos, and I love it. And so, Joey Matt coming back. So, Kimball, yes, Fourth Wall do allow people to do giveaways or to gift other people merch. This will be something that I might turn on later on. Mainly because we're an international bunch. So if someone says, oh shit, let me give you a hoodie, that might be, you know, $35 plus, you know, I don't know, $5 to $10 shipping, or it might be $50 shipping. You know, if you end up having to send it to, like, you know, the middle of Europe. So Lula says on Indiana Jones spent 45 minutes finding out what museums some of the side quest artifacts were from. Fuck yeah. No, that's awesome. So a good industry friend of ours, Kate Edwards, was on the international consultancy on that one. Kate being a lifelong Indiana Jones fan, like cosplaying Indy back in the 2010s at games industry events, not conventions, industry events. So, like, that team, they knew what they were doing. So, it's lovely to hear that it's slapped. And Keldra, that sounds like a lovely day. I have not done my nails in a long time, and I really need to get on that. Okay, I guess, so Kimball, I have been looking at Fourth Wall for a while, and I like their blanks. I like the fact that you can do a mix of embroidery and print. So if the stuff ends up being awesome, then I'll definitely turn on gifting. But just as an FYI, sorry, Ludo, as you came on in, we've just gotten the Longship merch store back up and running after a ridiculous hiatus. So one thing to let you all know, I have kept the prices as low as it will let me. All right, so I make like 50 cents to $1 on these.
I wanted a good hoodie. This way, I can claim I always have a pun up my sleeve.
There we go. And puns, thank you for the bits. And down on a dwarf, that's lovely to know. When it comes to physical goods, and anything that physically goes to you lot, I'm always going to be overly cautious. Because I don't know if you all saw the fucking thing over the holidays of this scheme that was going around called Honey. And I watched the little thing on it. Basically a bunch of famous YouTubian nonsense merchants or streamers or what have you signed a partnership deal with something called Honey, which is meant to be like instantly applying coupons to your sales, and it was just skimming everyone's like partner code money, and I'm just like, did none of you fucking check this shit? Did none of you look at this? Yeah, no, Legal Eagle is going after them like class action style, and hey, like whoever these people are behind Honey, I look forward to them having to sell the very shirts off their backs. But I'm sitting here just kind of being like, oh, did no one do like their due diligence? Like, Space Nerd, Genres, it is owned by PayPal. So. But yeah, like any of those partner code stuff, like it doesn't matter how big or small you are streaming wise, everybody gets hit up for those kinds of like, you just need to sell 10 of these like special subscription boxes of, I don't know, severed human hands. And if you sell 10, we'll give you $100. Oh, so Peter, okay, so we've done all collectibles and all like little lunch boxes and stuff for Saga, not Sage, Saga. And we've just flipped back to Alan and we are in the big hotel. We did the second of the DLCs. But Peter and everyone who's joined, I'm in the habit of just having a natter with everybody before we get started. So you've got plenty of time before we hit spoiler talk. So yeah. Yeah, Edwin, turns out the legalities of selling people a box of hands, not high. But anyway, so Down on the Dwarf, Kindball, thank you for letting me know that the Foursquare stuff is good. Like, again, it's all about the hoodie. There are some holographic stickers there. Those are for me, all right? You can buy them, but they're for me. And my personal favorite is the survivorship bias, which is the survivorship bias plane from Wikipedia, but in the bi colors. It is low resolution, it is low poly, and I love it. And I'm gonna wear it to GDC. It will look like you are wearing a shitpost, and that's what I'm about. Okay, so to all of you who've come in from Ludo's lot, so hi, my name's Will. I've worked in video games for 1,000 squillion million years. I used to work on the Total War series, so most of my history knowledge comes from working on history games. After a series of hilarious and tragic events, I now stream for a living. So I'm here 5 days a week, and I love talking about the games industry, how it affects the games that we love, like talking about usually weird indie games. I am playing Alan Wake 2 at the moment, which is about as AAA as you can get, but it's also artistically inspired, so I feel kind of valid there, you know? If you're not familiar with survivorship bias, so survivorship bias initially comes from the idea of like planes landing during World War II, where the planes that made it back, they would see the holes in the plane and go, oh, okay, that's where we need to put extra armor on our planes so they don't get shot down. But it is only from the planes that made it back. So any plane that was shot down and destroyed wouldn't have made it back, thus creating a false set of data. And this is something that's talked a lot about in video games. Like, you have these panels where it's like, how to succeed in video games, how to be a great hit as an indie dev. And the people you're looking at, they're the people who made it, right? What you don't see is the countless seas of people that tried shit, did bad, keeled over and didn't make it. Because, like, video games die silently. And so this is something that comes up again and again whenever you get, like, people talking with great authority about, now, this is how video games should be made. You know, oh, you just make a Hades. Vernon, I can show you the shirt on main. There we go. It does come with this weird photoshopped Insta guy. So this is the design. And yes, it is a great big shitpost. Like a massive shitpost. But it is something that I will be wearing because, you know, the industry's gone through a big churn the last, like, year. The churn's only just starting to slow down. And there's going to be a lot of talks at GDC, at other dev events, of people being like, here's how to weather the storm. And what you're getting is literally survivorship bias. You know, the people who did manage to get lucky. You know? Like, you want to ask me how I'm still in video games? It's because I started doing this and also consultancy stuff like 5 years ago. Like, Will, how did you weather the storm? Well, here's my tip. First, time travel back 5 years. Huh. Edwin says, reminds me of Noodle's latest video about Zalavir and Co.'s attempt to bring the Bass Reeves story to life. Yes! That's why that Noodle video is so important. Because people don't make videos like that. That is the reality of working in an indie studio. The thing you need to take into consideration is that Zalavir, well, I should say, Strange Scaffold as an operation has multiple games in varying levels of production, thus offsetting the risk. Most indie teams would make something like, you know, a Bass Reeves game. It would then not find funding, and then that would be the end of the studio. Those people would dissipate, either find other gigs or just leave games altogether. But because the game was never announced, there was no fan base, there's no following, there's no noise when it gets cancelled. Yeah. And Kieran, it's gonna get better this coming year, alright? It is. Like, the churn is almost done. But my advice to everybody right now is just make a fucking video game. Like, make you a video game. And Wolfie, I'm sure your bi friends won't mind you getting... You can just say it means biplane. You know, 2 kinds of plane. It's fine. But yeah, survivorship bias is one of those things that rubs me up the wrong way, because if you don't have the data set to understand why some games don't make it, you can't talk about with authority why some games did, right? Anyway, yeah, so this is a little merch store as it stands. New t-shirts, because if you bought one like I did back from Blink Blink Streamlabs, yours is now probably a little bit moth-eaten. And this is the biggin, alright? Longship Hoodie version 3. You never got version 2. Fiona has the only prototype of it. Because, you know, what is a partner if not a thief of hoodies? But that is embroidered. That is fucking embroidered. It's gonna be cool as shit. Well, and Kieran, like, not to... There are a lot of people here in the Longship from varying levels of skill. We've got successful indies, we've got, like, crazy hobbyists, we've got people who have been in AAA for well over a decade and change. Like, you need, at least, you know, encouragement, you need advice, we got it. We got it. You know, the important thing to remember right now is that video games are not done as an industry. In fact, they're doing fucking well. It's just... I keep using the churn from The Expanse because it's the best way to describe it. You know, yes, we all saw this coming, but that didn't stop the churn. And the churn is real. The churn is real. Once everything resettles again, the industry won't be how it was, but it will be there. It will be there. So, you know, even if there isn't a job for you to jump into right now, it's like, how do you prep yourself for success when the wheel does finish turning, right? Yeah, time to spend more money on video games. Oh no! Because, yo, the extent and quality of games right now is just of, what the fuck? Sorry, my good friend Sandy just sent me a copy of Rekka, the Baba Yaga craft and survival game. Now, I haven't had the chance to pick it up, but if you haven't seen it, let me just fucking show you this. Because, like, this is a great example of where we are in video games right now. This is an independent project. You build your own cute little cottage house on top of a giant walking chicken. It's got this kind of dark gothic Eastern European vibe, but ultimately it's about, you know, maintaining the forest and building your cozy little witch's hut. Sean says, why would I want to play something I've done in real life? Look, Sean, I promised people I wouldn't tell them about your witch hut. If you want to talk about it, that's fine. And Quasiwato, and welcome. And also eating children. Just remember, friends, when door dashing children, gotta make sure you're not getting it from a ghost kitchen. You don't want those kind of kids. It's not good. Sorry. But no, like, this is the state where games are at. Something like this can be wildly successful, you know? It doesn't need a squillion-dollar budget. It doesn't need a huge amount of money pumped into it. Oh, ma'am. Ma'am? There we go. But you can start something with such a creative jumping off point. You know, this is to Witches what Valheim was to Vikings, you know what I mean? And that's fucking great. You know, Pacific Drive has really shown us that making your home also your vehicle in a craft and survival game is really good. And we kind of had that data from Subnautica, but you know. Sorry, so Ludo and everybody, we've been doing a run through of Abiotic Factor, and that's another great game to look at as like current success. And Keldra, you got to think, if you want a giant chicken house, you can't think like people. You can think like witches. Witches wouldn't sell their pancreas. They'd sell a few of somebody else's. That's how you got to start thinking. And Kieran, thank you kindly for the follow. Welcome to our little corner of the internet. But yeah, Sean, I hope you're doing splendid, friend. Wolfie's going to be lead engineer on a small indie project next year. Fuck yes. I don't imagine you need my help, but if I can, you know where to find me.
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
That's 2 whole years. That's 2 whole years. Well, Down Under Dwarf, I'm going to order mine once we're done with stream today. Because, yeah. Here's the thing. Just quickly, like, my last thoughts on the whole merch thing. I won't be making a lot of bank on them. Again, I make $1 or 50 cents on each thing. They're there because I want them for myself, right? This is not a, you know, flog in the cheap headbands maneuver. The Longship is powerful, but we're not... I'm not internet famous. You know this, I know this. But, like, the Longship hoodie is still one of my favorites. Like, this is the circa 6 years ago Streamlabs one. Just classic zip-up hoodie. And honestly, the print stayed. But I kind of wanted the embroidery. And as I said, the test one that I got from the previous company, which was good, Fiona absolutely stole that. Yeah. Which, again, we've all, for those of us that have had long-term partners, completely understood. But... Down Under Dwarf, I couldn't possibly comment. I couldn't possibly comment.
I bought a mirror and ended up standing beside myself.
Oh, God. Sorry, Akira Zero, thank you for the 500. Alright, that's pretty good. I was incredibly distracted by that bit drop yeeting a corgi off into the great unknown. Apparently I'm just very easily distracted tonight. Okay, and Sean, that's not too bad. Coyote season out here is always a little bit heartbreaking. But did I tell you, me and River back like 2 apartments ago once got surrounded. I was walking the dog a little drunk, and then I was like, why are there all these big foxes? And they fucking circled us and were walking with. And I was I was drunk enough where I was like, I guess I'm fighting coyotes tonight. Started yelling at them like, fucking come on, you bastards! And their confidence waned immediately as I started yelling at them in off-Scottish. But, yeah. Missing cat season out here is always very sad. Night Valen, it was, and it was one of those things where I didn't realise Because I grew up rural. I didn't realize that we were in shit until I got back and I was like, oh, they were gonna eat River and attack me. Oh, no. Yeah. So Sean, as I said, I grew up rural, and one of the peeps down the road, they went through 3 rounds of chickens due to foxes. And round 3, by the way, those chickens did great because they constructed what can only be described as chicken Alcatraz. Sunken concrete fences, full cage netting in this huge enclosure. Like, it did look like The Rock, but for poultry. Not Dwayne The Rock Johnson, obviously, the movie about criminals. Oh yeah, no, Keldra. It's like foxes and stuff like that. Like, coyotes just are a bigger variant, you know. They're scavenger pack hunters, you know. I think they're real cute, like... You know, occasionally I would see them while out walking River when we lived, like, further out of the city. It was nice. But, like, when I realized they had surrounded us and were walking with us, and I was like, oh. Well, I didn't, because I was too drunk to realize at the time, but I was like, fucking come on then! Yeah. Well, Ludo, I know I've said this many, many times, but, again, having grown up in the English countryside, foxes are worse, because the noises they make, especially during mating season, I don't know a better term to describe it than loud sex murder. Their screeching sounds like someone being sex murdered in the woods. Them, and I guess peacocks also have horrifying screams. Andorf, yes. And also, yes. You're fine, you're fine. Alright, well, Wolfie, lovely to see you. Get the good sleep, someone has to. Well, so Sean, it's always that weird one of like, foxes in the UK, at least like rural foxes, have a really hard life, which is one of the reasons why they tend to go after like poultry and stuff like that. Urban foxes, for the most part, they just raid bins and live their little best life. I actually have a fox tattoo because they're the only buggers that were awake at 4 o'clock in the morning when I was staggering home from like the bars and clubs. And like urban foxes don't give a shit. You can walk past them, they'll look at you and be like, sup? You're like, sup? And that's it. Like, rural foxes are, like, they live a hard life. It's very rare to see them, you know? Actually, Fearless, very same. Very same.
Here's 360 bits cause apparently I'm watching on 360p tonight.
That's quite a lot of P, Quasi. It's quite a lot of P. Oh. No one knows how funny I am. No, Quasi, thank you so much. Thank you all! You know? Bits and donos is how I stay alive. So, thank you. Alright? Well, so, Andorf was saying in college the only animals they saw coming home were bunnies. So, rural, you had the pheasant underground, you had the foxes, and occasionally the bunnies. I walked next to a badger for a bit once. Fuck, I didn't realise I was there. Because they have terrible hearing and terrible eyesight. That was fun. God. Like, I love the fact that there basically ended up being this, like, super elite team of pheasants that would survive every year. Because, unfortunately, I did live in a region where pheasant shooting happened. And I won't go into the details because it's not a happy story. But the ones that would survive, like, hunting season after hunting season, you'd occasionally see them, like, missing an eye with, like, a mottled wing. And you know those fuckers have learned how to fight. These are creatures with no natural defense who have somehow worked how to fight off all the animals of farthing fucking wood. Those are the tough bastards. Ludo is proper rural these days, and skunk is their least favourite. How is something so cute so heinous? Anyway, these days, it's just me and the guinea pigs in the back. Little cutie patooties. Those little potatoes run my life. I went out and got them fresh parsley specifically for today. So if you hear them squeaking, don't believe their lies. Oh yes, and a million slug cats as well. Oh, quick shout out. So, Awesome Games Done Quick is starting tomorrow. Our good friend Iced from the Rain World community is doing a Rivulet speedrun. Now, it's at 7:30 in the morning on Monday. So chances are I will be staying awake to watch it rather than getting up early. But, yeah, for those of you who are Rain World inclined, one of our very own will be taking to the stage. So it should be real cool. And Scarred in Alaska, did I say hi? I hope I did. But yeah, friends, like, aside from that, I don't really have anything story-wise to tell. You all have been the interesting parts of my my day of late. You know, Abiotic Factor gets better and better and better with each session. We even had a full team of scientists last night, which felt very good. Let me see. There's... Jesus. The sheer amount of games dropping is starting to pick up again. It's not been too crazy, but from next week onwards, the relenting onslaught of just fucking incredible games will continue. So Andorf, we made it as far as the train. Numbers, I would love to. Allow me to be your video game sommelier. How can I help? Whilst Numbers is writing, I did watch all of Squid Game Season 2 that's up, and it's very good. Obviously, no spoilers from me, but it's so good that all the weird, like, brand crossing stuff feels super unsettling. So, like, Call of Duty Warzone is doing a Squid Game crossover, and I'm just like, did we watch the same show? Did we watch the same show? Oh yeah, Ludo. February's what? Monster Hunter Wilds and, let me check my notes, everything else. So Numbers, do you know of any game in which two character storylines intersect at certain points you get to play as both? I mean, the basic bitch answer is what we're playing tonight, Alan Wake 2. But there's a fair few. Can you give me a genre that might strike you? Yeah, there's a lot of Remedy games. All right, more in the RPG section. Now, personally, depending on how far back you want to go, one of my favorites is still the original Wild Arms. So RPGs where you get to play characters from multiple perspectives and switch between them. Okay, come on, brain, you know this. Breath of Fire 4. Oh god, yes, Hoffers. I always called it Live Alive, but yeah. Something like Chain of Memories, except Sora and Riku fighting each other. Okay. Okay. No, that's a good one. Stroking my beard. See, Numbers, I played Live Alive like ages back where there wasn't really anything else like it. And it was after I played Front Mission and I found out about that, like, well, okay, they were just Square back then, but like the Square Enix Golden Age where like every one of those 16-bit titles they touched just turned to gold. Yeah, Aeon, I know what you mean. Chrono Trigger feels right, but not technically correct, but it feels right. And things like Final Fantasy VIII don't really count because you more take like a respite from the main game to play as different characters. I guess Front Mission 3 does technically count as well. But that's less the two perspectives and more like you branch off your team into two places and then kind of intersect them and then they come back together. But again, Front Mission 3 is a like mech political thriller that just happens to have combat in it. Like it's a visual novel, but there's also fights. I'm also looking for swapping perspectives, but more different campaigns. Oh, in that regard, I know it's more of like an action RPG. Well, that doesn't. Odin Sphere immediately springs to mind because that was beautiful. But I have a feeling that that's not what you're hunting for. And again for the memes, Resident Evil 6. Like, NDH, that's, if someone asks you for a strong drink, you can give them Malort. It's technically correct. You could play Resident Evil 6. You won't like yourself doing it, but you can do it. Ooh, Verdant Octopath. Octopath counts? Man, I didn't even think of that. God, maybe I need another coffee. I want to ponder this one. I love these kind of questions. I did one earlier last year, last year where I asked people to give me 2 abstract words and then I would recommend them a game based on them. Yeah, I'm gonna have a ponder on that one. Because there's loads of them where it's like, there's loads of ones where I could answer with technically X. So like, technically Shining Force 3. If you consider the different campaigns on the different discs. Because when they do intersect, it's not one experience, it's multiple. And fuck knows how you'd even play that these days. Like, I assume the Saturn isn't as terrible to get things running on as it used to be, but still. It's not a simple task. No, I love these little questions. I've been thinking about that for a good while. You know the thing that... there was 2 JRPGs that were quasi-launch titles for the 360, and I always get them confused because they're both about, like, immortal swordsmen in their stories, but there was one where you did kind of more flipping back and forward in time that was very good. And that definitely had that vibe to it. Yeah. Man, I've been thinking of that for a while. Yeah, thank you, Numbers. That's a lovely little puzzle to chip away at. But so I tell you what, friends. For those of you who have joined us, we're going to be getting into Alan Wake probably in about like 4 or 5 minutes. So if you're tapping out, we are... Journalist, how far in would you say we were? I want to say like 3/4 in. I don't know how much Alan's nonsense we have to do, but last week we did all of the Fafamancy for Saga, and we played the second of Alan's DLCs, the Coffee World one. So we're pretty far in, but I don't think we've had the big drop yet. Yeah, so Moose, I think it was Lost Odyssey is the correct one. Hang on. Lost Odyssey video game. Yeah. That one might be hitting the beats you're thinking of, Numbers. Because it was Lost Odyssey, and then there was another. Was it? No, it wasn't that one. Oh, No? The Last Remnant and Lost Odyssey. Two very similar premises, like delivered very different ways. And they got Sakaguchi for that one. Sakaguchi style. Now, I can't say I personally recommend Last Remnant because so much of it is, like, scrambled in my noggin alongside Lost Odyssey. But there is a lot of those 360 era JRPGs that, had I infinite time, I would definitely re-explore. Just because they hit during that peak kind of JRPG, like JRPG burnout that the industry suffered. And Verdanflow, I would say that Nier Automata would count, but I know that Numbers is very much aware of that one. Asado, that's a lot of letters in that acronym. I have no idea what game you could mean. The Spatial Retrograde Turtle, Original Gangster. One of my favorite GBA titles. Sean with some Nier Automata. Go Fall Automata. That might fit. That could work, yeah. Well, no, so genres, and again, Nier is one I know that Numbers is aware of, but it is, depending on your perspectives, you are going through the same story from different angles, kinda, sorta. But again, I can't really go into it too hard without just spoiling the entirety of Nier Automata, so there we go. Super Robot Tensen Original Generation. Lordy lordy. Which one's that one? Asado, I see what you mean. I don't think it's the vibe. Because if I remember rightly, that's another... That one is still, like, turn-based tactics, right? Yeah. And the thing about the original Nier is that you don't... It's not intersecting stories. It's... You play Nier, the original, multiple times, but you gain more perspective, and it doesn't start to deviate until, I want to say, playthrough 3? Because Nier, you play through it once, and you play through it again, but you then get a new perspective of the world, but it's the same content with more context, and then you get new, like, new sections, new story, new events. God. At some point, I know I need to play through Nier, like the remastered for us all. Because we're one of the few groups I think would actually do the full, proper ending. But it is not a small undertaking. And, so help me, there's fucking shaman fish. Fucking shaman fish. Sorry, I have strong feelings on this. God, I have a friend who still texts me every now and then, and he'll just say, shaman fish. And that's it. That's it. Just shaman fish. Oh, and Steppergen, sorry, thank you for filling the pint glass. There's been quite a few poor little corgis yoked into space so far. Yeah, Chaunerus, that's what I'm thinking. My current plan is, once we're done with Elden Ring, if we're ever done with Elden Ring, we're going to do Dread Delusion next, which is a pseudo-sequel to Morrowind, and is incredible. Like, honestly, I kind of wanted to start it a little sooner, but I didn't want to double stack the big mind-bending RPGs all at once, you know what I mean? So, yeah. No. Sorry, Asada will get this. I was absentmindedly scrolling on the Super Robot Wars images, and it started showing me some of the newer kits they've done, which, to get all 3 mechs plus the accessories, you know, it starts getting upwards towards like $800 to $900. I'm like, nope. Andorf says we have a bunch of new recruits for the Korgonaut program. I treat better than Kerbals. Yes, Shauna's perfect time to launch the game. So yeah. Numbers, I did see the post about the Gundam TCG, and do you know what's weird? Same with the kind of the Gundam tabletop battle game they announced today. I kind of find myself being like, yeah, that's pretty cool. I weirdly don't have that, like, voracious clamoring, you know? There are certain Gundam kits. Oh! Well, Sean, it's always lovely to see you, mate. And you know, for video game stuff, you ever need me, you got me, alright? You've been helping keep me alive for years now. You've already earned my loyalty. Yes, so Sean, I've got my accommodation sorted for GDC. I don't think I'm going to be working GDC. I think I'll just be there as Will. So we should have plenty of time to actually hang. Oh yeah. To be continued, Sean. And so I don't have a comment off the end of this, right? Like, it's just weird that there's a bunch of Gundam stuff that I would have thought I'd be, like, voraciously consuming. But I'm actually just kind of like, you know, I'm glad it exists. You know? The one that I was desperate for was obviously the huge version of the Nightingale. And Edwin, remind me closer to GDC, but it'd be lovely to see some peeps. We can make some new friends, you know? Fuck knows what this GDC is going to be like. So, friends, don't feel FOMO for this one, because it's probably going to be closer to the play to earn year. But it should be cool. Okay. Let's get this started. I still can't believe Chorby's actually going to beat me to finishing Alan Wake 2 by tomorrow. Alright, Sonic. Alan. Alan! 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 Oh, spooky noises in the background. Okay. Let's get this party started. Boop. Oh, yes, Alan likes to be a difficult little madam. Fucking Alan. No, Alan. Hang on a sec. Alan's being a right jerk. Okay, so what's that? Do that. And it's Alan coming in from the side of the screen. It's tiny Alan Wake. Alan Wake coming in from the screen. Doesn't want to choose main screen. Alan Wake. It's Alan Wake. And Dustin Watto and welcome. Great timing. Great timing. There we go. Spin to win. Alan Wake. It's an Alan Wake. Alright, looking good. Now, for those of you who are sticking around, does anyone need a primer? Does anyone need some deets and some info before we get started proper? Oh, and Dustin, if you hit exclamation merch, the Longship stuff, including the wonderful shitpost of survivorship by ass, is up. I haven't had the chance to order mine yet, but I'm hoping to pick it up later. Hey, no, Ludo, you're always welcome. Thank you for bringing in a raid friend. All right, it's always good to see you. Sorry we didn't get to talk more Indiana Jones nonsense, but there will be time. I've got to find some cool shit for Alan. On a scale of 1 to absolutely fucked up. How high on cocaine is Alan right now? Okay, Alan on a cocaine bender would make a lot of this game make a lot more sense. Because, oh boy, howdy, is he a pretentious fucking writer. Bless him. I know, Jamami, good to see you, friend, alright? Have a lovely rest of the weekend and to be continued. Visual cocaine was the last episode. That was join us in percolation. Oh, yes. Vern, thank you. I will update the merch bit with new links and whatnot. Okay. No, Aeon. Thomas Zane. Different character. Yeah. You ain't shit. He, however, might be. So yeah, by the power invested in me, Dustin, by low poly shit posting, the survivorship by ass shirt is going to GDC. Okay. So this is the entrance. Okay. What the fuck? What the fuck? Jesse? Jesse? What's going on? And Alan needs the give me more goodies charm. I hate rebels. But Moose, wasn't it just a plain triangle for Jessie for the doors that got her into the Ocean View Hotel? You know, the place we're currently fucking at. Not okay. This isn't the Ocean View Hotel, but you know.
The room at the end of the corridor was closed off. It felt significant. Something terrible would happen there.
Such a pretentious bell end. Oh, and Dustin. Oh, more symbols. Dustin, you're fine. Honestly, I'll probably leave the spelling mistakes in the merch descriptions, just so that one, you know it's me, and two, because it only annoys a very specific kind of person.
I needed to find the key.
I needed to find the key. Do you ever get the feeling like we're not actually playing as Alan? We're having to just suffer through Alan. Fucking Room 101. My name's Alan Wake. Fucking sound like me. Okay, so entrance hall. Plot board. So for the final scene, we've got preparation for the horror show. So let's try the entrance hall first.
The scene had changed.
Oh, well done, Alan. Did you come up with that all yourself? The scene was different, said Alan Wake. sorry. I'm not critiquing the game. I just want to point that out. But it was just... So I went and got some groceries before we got started today because I needed food. And I needed to get some extra stuff for the guinea pigs, that kind of stuff. And it struck me that, like... whether Alan's whole acting out thing is Mr. Scratch or not, like the IRL stuff, like, Alan somehow made mad bank as a pulpy writer. You know, he wrote a bunch of detective novels, they did good.
Layers upon layers. A play about a murder cult, infiltrated by a real murder cult.
The forbidden prey brought to life, the
The
cult.
ballroom was where the pre-show ritual was held.
Sorry, Peter was saying, this isn't Alan, it's a projection of Alan, controlled by Alan, writing his room, I think. Well, that's the thing. So, Peter, we're not far enough in. And the thing that's been breaking my brain is that when you find Alan's pages as Saga, there's three things that can happen to a page. There's the typing, but then there's the scratch out, and then there's additional editations. But sometimes the page is bad. Not badly written, but bad for the people who are reading it. And sometimes the page is beneficial to Saga, to Alan, to other people, but then things have been crossed out and, like, context has been changed. Like, Alan's in this infinite battle, either with Mr. Scratch, then, like, battling back and forth, or Alan's in a constant battle with Alan. The Alan you're playing as a projection is something that Mr. Dawes said in the first chapter of Initiation. That makes sense. You know, Alan's still being stuck in the room, and the fact that the environment is literally changed by Alan's writing. But then, it begs a lot of questions. Oh yeah, no, so jumping back to my thought I was having whilst food shopping today is like, you know, Alan's got a fucking massive chip on his shoulder because he's not known for being a great writer. And I honestly think that Alan thinks his writing is the shit. You know, he strikes me as the kind of person who's like, oh, well, if I could just write my books my way.
I didn't have the key.
If I could just write the books the way I want to write them, then I'd be able to do all sorts of things. You know. The idea that he's got such a high opinion of his own works. He's kind of like a better written version of the protagonist from Y2K, you know. That guy was supposed to be an insufferable student, but you know what I mean. Aeon says, do you think the lunchboxes are his writing? Well, you know, Aeon, It's okay. The writing is either early Alan or Rose. Probably Rose, but the fact that those lunchboxes come from Alan sending messages to Rose, it could include his voices as well. And yeah, Peter, he kills off Casey, fictional, because he's tired of writing him. Like, he doesn't kill off Casey for any other reason than he just wants to be rid of him. And the fact that Casey is now the spectre, the shadow that he's following, I think, I don't want to say it works really well, but it's really fucking fascinating, I'll say that much. Alright. So the pre-show ritual doesn't seem to have changed more than just putting out the bags. I'll check back this way real quick, but yeah, so whether or not Alan could be a good writer is another matter. Like, Thomas Zane was a poet. He had his little commune of friends, and his writing was inspired and at great cost. But it was abstract, it was weird. The darkness couldn't quite latch onto it. Whereas I think the reason why the darkness could hold Alan is because his combination of, like, frustration at his own creation and his high opinion of himself, you know. I think it was really interesting how Alice talked about Alan's success and how it kind of, when he hit upon the block, right? Like, he was writing this whole thing about a cop in a, you know, this Max Payne-esque character, which I believe was totally intentional. He kills him off because he's sick of writing him, and then suddenly he hits writer's block. Because the whole time he was writing Alan, he was writing Casey, he's like, oh, well, I could be right, people should think that I'm the genius. And then he has the moment. And then he can't, because he ain't. I'll take the paint the town for words of war. Okay, so plot board. So we'll go to final scene, pre-show ritual.
I had to be at the scene to see and understand it.
Anyway, do you see what I'm putting forward? Fuck! Moose, you know what, this is why the wine and cheese night's going to be very, very good. Moose was saying that the Dark Presence almost got out and could latch onto Zane's writing, but was stopped when Zane wrote himself out of existence. And has somehow been written back in, I assume, by Alan? Okay. Oh, okay.
The troop were busy building their own Wicker Man, where they themselves would be sacrificed.
Move the props to room
The property had
225.
been changed from room 104 to room 225.
Nice try, dickheads. Oh yeah, Pete, if he gets out of this, he is never writing another fucking thing again. Okay. But yeah, Moose, thank you for the reminder on that one. It does, like, it is also a reason why I find the whole thing with Thomas Zane being written back in as a filmmaker. Now, I don't know if Alan's written Zane in to help him, or if Mr. Scratch is using Tom Zane, or whatever his new version is called, for nefarious purposes. This is the thing, friends, is that, like, a lot of you have played through this all, so I'm going to keep theory crafting, but I've not finished this. I'm playing catch up. Also, look at these fucking tubs, yo. That's some decadent shit. Time and space make no sense in this bathtub. Quick save. So Moose says, oddly, I think the same thing that made Zane a great poet makes Alan a bad novelist and gives the Dark Presence things to latch onto. Things that don't make clear, immediate sense. Yes, Alan feels... Alan seems obsessed with a level of clarity and, like, stating. like Zane's poetry works in the abstract, and as we know, the Dark Presence can't create. And it's harder to twist a poem into something. It's harder to twist a poem into something than it is a screenplay. Because poems are interpretational. They're... Oh, fucking Alan! Okay, there we go. Maybe Rebels? I mean, that might be why Zane's been brought back as a filmmaker, because, you know, cinema is based on scripts, and scripts can be changed. Reserved for rehearsals.
It was locked from the other side.
Wake. Wake. Alan, wake. I'm sorry, that's been stuck in my head. Alright, let's keep exploring. I find Alan can write himself a stash of goodies. Okay. But yeah, so I think that's where this gets really interesting, is like, you know, Zane's concepts around, you know, evoked emotion in his writing is definitely something that could have made the Dark Presence powerful, but would have made it difficult for it to, you know, change reality in its entirety, right? Oh, don't like those. That's a lot of mannequins, buddy. Fuck, of course! Yeah, Peter, that's why the Dark Presence had power when he tried to use it to bring Barbara back. Because that is a clear, actionable thing that he tried to do.
This is where they gathered before the play. This is where it began.
Okay, so this is where the pre-show ritual is going to take place. Do I need to explore some more of this area before we... I apologize there, friends. I did not mean to go to space. I was just pondering, like, the different ways in which the Dark Presence twists and affects different kinds of art. Oh, so, Peter, in terms of story beats, don't tell me. I am going to keep, like, with my theories and hypothesis, just because, like, we are going to play through this in entirety. And we've already agreed we're going to do, like, an Alan Wake wine and cheese night afterwards. So at some point, we're all going to sit down and, you know, crack a bottle and discuss not just Alan Wake, but also all of the pieces of the Remedyverse and how they've been fitting together. Okay. Well, there's a couple of words of power here, so I want to get them. Oh, but yeah, no, so, Peter, so Chaunus has basically been acting kind of as my, like, Alan Wake guide of sorts. Just making sure that, like, we don't miss stuff and that, and the ilk, so... Down Under was saying, Control's the only Remedy game they played and enjoyed. No, Control's fucking brilliant. Wake. Wake. Alan Wake. I'm sorry it's stuck in my head. At least it's not as bad as the Stephen Flow weekend, where I couldn't stop singing Stephen Flow. Stephen Flow, Stephen Flow. Oh yeah. Oh! It's Christmas for Alan. Well, good news. You get to have some healing. And we get a bunch of flashbangs. Love it. If you're wondering what the fuck I'm talking about, there's an independent wrestler called Stephen Flow, and his whole bit is he's like Seattle grunge, and his theme song is the tune to Even Flow and just Stephen Flow on repeat. And it's bizarrely catchy. Oh, yes. So, Chaunerus, here is the map. We've got our light. We've got our goodies. Here we are. So, Down on a Dwarf, what I will say is that watching this isn't going to spoil Alan Wake 1. And I do recommend playing this if you have the opportunity because, like, look, friends, I can't promise you that in a few hours, once I've, had me dinner and a cup of wine, I'm not going to get all, like, super arty-farty. Because I probably fucking am. But to keep it as soberly concise as possible, the point of art isn't to make money. The point of money is to make art. We don't try and make silly amounts of cash on video games so that we can all, float around on yachts in space. The point of getting enough money to fund a AAA studio is to make games like this, right? I'm obsessed with that quote from the end of the year, which was the fucking people at Riot being like, no. We don't make shows like Arcane. We don't make shows like Arcane so that we can sell skins. We sell skins so that we can make shows like Arcane. Like, that's the order. And I've been thinking about that so much, There was a friend of mine who really had some wonderful ideas about a kind of independent studio that he wanted to make. And it's sad he's probably not going to do it. But he was looking at, like, business models that are successful in the gaming space that he could work towards so that he could create, like, weird, quirky little independent games so that he could pay his friends well, so that he could keep it cool and independent. Yeah, try and sneak up on me. I'm paying attention. I am frequently very critical of AAA games. But you have to understand that the reason why I am is not because I, despise them, but because, like, all that money and all that creativity ends up getting spaffed on stuff that doesn't matter. Oh, there should be an active TV in that room. TV in the toilet? Who would have bloody heard of it? Oh, I tell thee. No, it's no telly in bath. It's not safe, anyway. Oh, in 224. Okay, let's head to 224. Yeah, no.
Describe Will in 3 words. Gingerbeard man.
Gingerbeard man. That's my. That's like my Konami name, my Kojima name. No. It's fine. Okay, so we want to 224 next. Cool. 67. Alright, I'm getting lost. 201. We did 202. Did we do 202? Yeah, rehearsal room. That's where we're going to do the next bit of faff. Nice try, gamer. But no, like, there are certain kinds of experiences that are fucking brilliant. That are absolute technical marvels. And sadly,
Opened on the side.
they can only exist if you have a honking great big... There we go. Oh shit! Darling! Will just yelling British terms of affection. Darling! Hello! Becoming the stereotype. But no, like, there are certain kinds of games you can only make with a huge honking great budget. And I love those games as much as I love, like, weird indie shit. It's just most of those big expensive games now aren't good. You know? Okay, I shouldn't say good. But they lack a heart or a soul. They lack really anything to latch onto. You know, they're more about trying to, like, muscle out a competitor in their own space than they are about creativity. And Down on the Dwarf, I can totally see buying Arcane on Blu-ray. You know, it's something I would seriously consider myself. Hey!
I couldn't get in. I was missing something.
Alright, see you in a bit. Yeah, so Cameron, they are more product than art. And that doesn't necessarily mean that they are inherently bad. But...
I didn't have the key.
The key is in the room labelled 206 on the map. Okay. I think I remember where that is. Alright, let me go get that first before we continue. Fucking called it! Clap, 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 clap. So the Ocean View Hotel might be interpretive. The board sends their regards. This also isn't like... Loads of people I know are playing Marvel Rivals and having a great time. There is a wonderful experience to be had in that. And that's fucking cool. You know, again, I'm not here to shit on games. Ah, beer pong room. But we've all encountered... Oh, okay, so that's the 209 key. We've all encountered games, especially recently, that are themselves a great group of talented individuals essentially forced to make something that is purely commercial. Ooh! Shaunus, I like that. Sorry, Shaunus was saying that the Ocean View Hotel and Ocean View Motel might be different parts of the same back room. That would make a lot of fucking sense. There we go.
Hey, Tim.
What's up, Tim?
Huh?
Yep. Look, I've never been to New York, but I can tell you that this ain't it.
Heard you humming.
I heard you humming again.
Yeah, I can't get this song out of my head. It's a real earworm. I hear it in my dreams.
Ooh, I know the song he's humming.
I know that song you keep humming. It's the theme from Night Springs.
That old sci-fi show?
Sci-fi horror anthology.
Fuck off,
I
Alan.
used to write for a long time ago.
Like, it sounds a bit nuts, but I think the song is connected to Door.
Fuck off, Alan.
Or it's my subconscious telling me that this is all pretty out there.
Only Alan would correct somebody in like an upside down sci-fi, in an upside down horror dimension. Actually, it was a sci-fi anthology. He's such a pretentious dick. Alright, well there's the Ocean View Hotel map, and I assume those are the words of power. And alright, let's see if there's any more. So the green. Okay, so red-headed woman connected to door. I know her. Where do I know her from? Her identity changes. Connected to the polyhedrons? Will she come for me? Well, that's got to be Jessie, right? Others I know yet are different. Red-headed woman. Okay. Yes. Chaunerus, I noticed that like last time, but it just makes me laugh that Alan's pretension is probably one of the big reasons why the Dark Presence like latches onto him, because the Presence can mess with that. You know, Alan would be lying if he said that, sure, he wants to get out and he wants to protect Alice, but also Mr. Scratch is messing with his reputation. The reputation he thinks he has. Did they? I mean, Peter, that would make sense. Oh, this is why we need a dais.
The existence of the Ocean View Hotel and the Ocean View Motel imply the existence of an Ocean View Holiday Inn. Hotel, motel, Holiday Inn.
Fuck. Bravo, Justin, bravo. Hotel, motel, Alan wakes in. Alright, so I don't think we can get into that second hallway just yet. So let's have a look in the ballroom.
The ballroom would be the stage of a key scene in the play.
Oh, okay. Chaunerus, Oh, okay, we got a cute little save point here. Oh, and I got the room 101 key. So I'll do a manual save now. And then we'll go have a little faff it up. I mean, that makes sense. Like, Remedy have worked with a lot of the same people throughout, and I really like that. What should we stash? I need more space. The shoddy is so good, but it takes up so much space. Can't we just borrow Saga's sawn off? Yeah, so actually, I'm with Moose. So who did she play in Quantum Break? Because, you know, friends, I'm just starting to think that I've just killed my memory with way too much gin. The flares might get out of jail free. I kind of need everything. I'll move this over here for... That'll be our equivalent of, like, the Magnum from Resident Evil. And Peter, I believe that's the case because Microsoft footed the bill for a lot of the TV show type element and for like publishing side. So BizDev wise, the reason why Mr. Hatch is now Mr. Door and things like that is, you know, so Remedy get to keep everything this time around, and the interconnectedness is implied but not explicitly stated. Creatively, it gives everything a wibbly-wobbly kind of feel. Alright. I'm going to go open room 101 before we hit this point. Forget where it is. And you were saying that it was the stairwell looking up was where we needed to go for the next word of power. She worked with Jack Quaid to bring down Monarch, got wibbly-wobblied. Again, that makes sense. Okay. No choking. Chokenst. Man, I just melted them. Oh, so to Peter, anybody new here and whatnot, so Deus JZ in chat, obviously Hugh, there we go. Obviously very good friends. But I haven't played through Quantum Break myself. I watched Deus's playthrough of it. And there's definitely a few things I've forgotten. Okay. Oh shit, do we need to, would we need to go back and use the light to go back down to 1? Oh, because we're not using the stairs, we're using the fucking lamp. There we go. But yeah, I don't think we'll see a Quantum Break 2. I think what we're seeing here is how they're going to fold the characters of Quantum Break back into the Remedyverse, right? Here we go. So this puts us back on the first floor. Wake. Alan, wake. What's also interesting about these shadows is how they talk about it, how it's their story. That these shadows are very much like they are Wake himself critiquing. Oh yeah. Well, and what's great about Control is it gives the framework. Oh no. Oh, Alan, you quirky sort. But anyway, I'm saying stuff that we've talked about pretty much every stream we've had of this. And I'll stash this in the old shoebox. Oh, fucking Alan. Alright, fine. We're just going for a free heal. Cheeky heal. Too good to let this stuff pass. Like, that's fucking 9 rounds of flare gun ammo. Come at me, yo. Oh, it's in the full heal. Fuck! Okay. But yeah, just the Control, intentionally or unintentionally, is the perfect vessel to pretty much contain all of the nonsense for everything else that Alan's been up to. Gonna stash some stuff in the shoebox though. Okay, let's move these over. I'm trying to decide if I want to go back and get that full heal, but that feels like a lot of faff. Also, considering how Microsoft have been recently, like, they're going through their own bullshit, I personally wouldn't want to sign a deal like Quantum Break 2. Because ironically, it's like, it's only due to Remedy's strength of their other IPs that they kept going, you know. I don't know if Quantum Break was considered a success for them. It definitely wasn't considered a financial success, because Microsoft were going through their weird, like, everything is mixed media nonsense phase. Which, again, I know we've talked about a lot. And it's one of those times where I understand the logic behind it. And honestly, I'll take that kind of experimentation at a corporate level over any of this, like, generative bollocks we're having to deal with now. So, Quantum Break was a success, but not a home run. Okay. That's good to know. It would be, Edwin, it would be, but I can't see him doing that. It's probably tied up in about 3 different fucking deals as well. Knowing our bloody luck. It's time for some freeform jazz with Alan motherfucking Wake. Okay, ballroom, pre-show ritual. Okay. And Peter, so long as I have my way, it will not be the last time that Alan does jazz. Let's pop to the in-between, see what we got for... Oh, words of stuff. Marks all nearby resources. Expand Alan's inventory by 1 row. There we go. Boosh. Sorry, Alan. We've got a word of gun. Increases the force of shotgun knockback. Fuck yes. Words of war. Shoddy. Shoddy. Paint the town. Yeah. Well, so down on the dwarf, like, thankfully we just have to survive this year, because that shit is not going to last. But... You know what, I just want to touch on one thing before we progress, which is what we're talking about with Quantum Break and Alan Wake, of, like, Microsoft wanting this, like, Halo tier return on investment, like this 100 times, you know, we spend 10 mil, we want 100 mil back kind of nonsense. Whereas, like, Alan Wake is something that has persevered. It is a franchise we're still talking about, that we're still keen to get more from. Like, Remedy have built a solid base, a universe we want to know more about. None of those have been a huge, ginormous super return, but they've kept going. Like... I mean, Fred, according to the world, I'm a US gamer. How you doing, friend? But yeah, there's... Remedy have created a sustainable universe in which they can build their works, and it fucking slaps. Whereas, were they a Microsoft-owned studio, they would have been jettisoned into space by now, you know? Like, okay, I'm going to be a little bit mean. I'm going to be a little bit, I don't want to say sour. But, like, let's look at Redfall. Redfall would have been a fascinating immersive sim if it had, 1, gotten another year, and 2, hadn't been shoved into being this, like, games-as-service proto setup. The things that kneecapped Redfall wasn't the creativity of the team or the possibility of the setting. That's for fucking sure. You know? Deus says the worst part of this is that there's no risk. Playing it safe is how you end up with 27 Call of Duty sequels and microtransactions leveled to hell. Alright, I need to get some cheese just to offset my fucking... Because I'm about to get spicy. You know, you need dairy products to offset the spice. But, like, you know, Call of Duty desperately trying to rinse every last coin, every last cent out of its user base. Like, they just put in a fucking Squid Game crossover. You play the soldiers of Squid Game. You pay money to be... Like, it's hard to talk about without getting into spoilers, but the people in the bright pink jumpsuits in Squid Game are still people, right? And much like everything else, you know, they're part of this awful situation, which they're in a better place than the poor people who sign up to play it. But they're still killing people for money. because there is a hyper-billionaire elite who treat human lives like a fucking game show. Like, Squid Game as a series is about, you know, how the absolute crushing weight of poverty kills us directly, and the way it turns us not only twists us, but turns us against each other. But buy the Call of Duty skin today and live out your dream as being part of the oligarchical killing machine. Yay! I mean, like... Look, I know there were Gundam skins for Call of Duty and Gundam is inherently anti-war. That's fine, but fucking hell. Yeah, Aeon, it does have, like, prison experiment vibes, but as if you had to buy the prison skin DLC to play. Ah! I didn't see. Like, Quasi, I'm fine with the costumes for Halloween, alright? Like, I'm fine with a lot of those. Ket says, it was real fun when we were working on adding Squid Games to our Funko Pop game. Fuck a doodle doo. I mean, there are levels that you could go into that. Oh yeah, Deus, that Domino's advert. Fucking hell. And so, Deus, I do agree that if we look at it artistically, Fortnite gets away with it, because Fortnite is a children's sandbox. Fortnite is kids playing with the little action figures going, "Ew, fuck 'em up, Johnny Silverhand. Oh no, it's the alien from Aliens." Like, thematically, that's what Fortnite's going for. I'm not saying Fortnite is necessarily good, that it isn't, you know, a big money-making machine, but there's just... there's fucking levels to this shit. Yeah, no, Fearless, absolutely. You know, that's something that's been discussed for as long as we've had kings and rulers. It's just the idea that you can buy a skin in a video game to play as the enforcer in an oligarchical rule. Squid Game Season 2 is very good. It knows what it's doing. And boy howdy, did it have me hiding behind my pillow. Fucking brilliant. But the idea of commercializing that inside a game that's supposed to be about war, like modern warfare, like it's like if you could buy Lockheed Martin skins inside Metal Gear Solid, you know? Like, but all of this comes back around to be like, big games are expensive to make and they can be risky, especially if they flop. That's completely understandable. A lot of the time it's very easy to see from the outside why things fail, and it's very difficult to see them on the inside while you're making them. I just want to like paper that over. Alright? But things like this. This is a game that exists. I mean, to make money to keep a studio going. This is an incredible work of creative fiction. This is genuinely brilliant, and it does a bunch of things that you can't really just do in like other forms of media. You know, when I was a youngling,
The play was called The Cult of the Tree. With their deer masks, they were the backwoods echo of the cult of the words urban horror.
Thank you, Alan. I originally critiqued the original Alan Wake as being, you know, what if Twin Peaks had an active reload? Okay, Alan didn't have an active reload, but you know what I mean. Whereas it ends up being very clever in its own right, and it does a bunch of things that you couldn't have done with something like the original Twin Peaks. Alright? And it has grown into something so incredible, especially when blended with Control and these other situations, right? Now, Margin was saying it's almost as if people largely are unaware of symbolism. But that's the thing, like, Margin, it's not about us. Like, whether or not and how you choose to engage with a piece of media is entirely up to you. I mean, you're allowed to watch Squid Game and go, oh man, those character designs are fucking cool. It's the point at which a huge corporation is selling it to you without a single sliver of irony. Right? You don't have to be a media critic. I'm not going to wail on somebody for missing the point too hard. There are levels. But the fact that the machine for making money has seen, oh, thing popular, sell thing. Yeah, but the thing that you're selling is about how, you know, the system, especially the system of debt, destroys us all, eating away at our very humanity and turning us into monsters, all for the spectacle and enjoyment of a rich oligarchical superclass. Like, blink, blink. Hit your masks, keep your masks on, keep it weird. Also, can we just point out that this is absolutely trying to do like an Alan Wake writes Sleep No More. And Deus, that is a whole level and a half. Sorry, Deus was saying the reason why that there is a season 2 of Squid Game is because the original creator got fucking no money for it. Poor dude was trying to get someone to pick up that script for like 10 years. Finally got it made, signed a contract, and got fucking riled on it. Like, this isn't a spoiler to talk about. The main character's motivation in season 2 is that he can't let go. And I would be lying if I thought that that wasn't commentary. And I will say, friends, as a personal thing, I actually don't think media literacy has gotten worse. Now, this is my personal feels on this. This is a shamanistic thing. I don't have the data to back this up, but more often than not, I find when discussing art and its deconstruction with people that people fucking get it, right? People know that Starship Troopers is a parody and that fascism is bad. What I have found is that the situation of, like, monetized, I don't want to say outrage, but monetized frustration has created this scenario where ignoring the story's message is incredibly profitable. Like, there's a subset of videos online where people do this, like, how to eat. They'll take a known food and they'll be like, oh, this is the correct way to eat this food. They'll post it, and whatever it is will either be nasty or wrong. And I think that a lot of the air quotes media critique in those spaces comes from that. The one that stuck with me was someone wrote like a, and it was entirely po-faced, it wasn't irony. They made a video on how to correctly eat a burrito, and they cut it like, they cut it lengthwise, like you were cutting like long cucumber slices. And that video did the rounds. They probably made bank on it by being wrong loudly. But the louder you are, the more of the oxygen in the room gets taken up. And I think media critique also hits a similar beat. There are a few people who have a large audience who are incentivized to be wrong. Oh shit, which room was it again? Was it 216? No, we did 216.
We asked Cloud how working with Avalanche. He replied he can't bear it.
I hate how the worst guy got that like spot on. Now, Phyllis, I don't disagree that that is a case. I think that whether those people understand that it was supposed to be satire or not, I don't think they care. So I guess I'm agreeing with you with additional steps. I'm like, this is where we got our bulb from, right? Hang on, Alan, where the fuck are you supposed to be? Find the rehearsal room. Oh, rehearsal room is now 202, not 219. Alright. So where's 202? There we go, across the hall. So Edwin, a lot of the time, I would say more often than not, the guns are cool, one-liners are cool crowd are thinking about it from a point of personal empowerment rather than necessarily like impact in the space. Like, I think a lot of the people that watch those like action films and go, man, that's fucking cool, I want to be able to do that. They're not thinking about it from the standpoint of I want to be part of the machine, just that I want to have that weight, that impact, that power. I don't think they're looking at it far beyond. And Fred, I mean, I don't disagree. There is still a huge amount of, hero worship, especially... Oh, okay. There's a huge amount of hero worship when it comes to celebrities in the ilk. But I don't think that the media literacy has gotten as bad as the discussion tends to lead. It's just a couple of bad takes get so pronounced that it feels like they are the only conversations in the room, right? Because, like, the only other way to look at it is that media literacy has always been that bad. It's just that now we're able to see it. Because, the reviews of Starship Troopers by professional reviewers at the time. Boy, howdy. Alright. Yeah, and Edwin, I think that's a conversation for another day, because how intentionally or unintentionally a piece of media becomes propaganda doesn't necessarily mean that it is intentional. Sometimes a regurgitation of social norms becomes accidental propaganda. We talked a lot about this with Ready or Not, because Ready or Not is not made by an American dev team. It's made by a group of people emulating SWAT movies and those old SWAT video games and things like that. Things that themselves weren't made by people who, idolized the machine, but they ended up accidentally becoming part of that kind of propaganda space. So. Anyway, the fuck am I doing? So I'm in 202, I'm in the rehearsal room. Oh, now it's the pre-show ritual. There we go.
Another vision, another idea.
Why set up a play in a hotel? Why this hotel?
Because the rent is cheap? No. The ocean view was perfect for this. It's said to be haunted. Dark stories about murder, death, suicide. Supposedly, an actual cult once performed an unspeakable ritual to summon something in the ballroom. Did we summon the same thing? Tapped into something horrifying? It seemed like it was part of the play, but it wasn't. Does that sound crazy?
You don't want to ask me about crazy, kid.
A haunted hotel. Yes. That's a trope for a reason.
All right, let's get spooky with it. And Phyllis, I wouldn't agree that Tactical Breach Wizards is a good example of that like shooty gun bang, but it is an incredible game. Great writing. It's kind of Into the Breach with cool wizards. And Peter, yeah, well, okay. Yeah, no, it is the Bookers. Like, this is the writer, and he was talking to the haunted investigator in the subway. So now, make the rehearsal room spooky! Ooh, so spooky! My name's Alan Wake, and I'm totally not phoning this in. Again, I love this game. Alan's a terrible writer. Alright. Is there anything here from this? Again, not lost on me that the Cult of the Tree...
Alan Wake. The darkness started. Alan Wake. I thought this was just starting. The story is a monster. These are my words.
It's the fact they keep saying stop using my words. Like, what if every one of those is a failed Alan draft just getting mad about it? I know, babies. I know. It's Alan. He's not a very good writer. Okay, perform the summoning in the ballroom. Well, there's no way that's going to go terrible. This is the tale of Alan Wake's nonsense. Writing bullshit with a flare gun in hand. Hang on. There we go. Right. I mean, Peter, that would be kind of interesting. Like Alan's whole American Nightmare time loop nonsense. Sup, Tim? Sup, buddy? Actually, let me save it here, because no doubt this is going to turn into not a bloodbath, because they don't bleed. But yeah. And friends, I do want to say, I didn't mean to quash the whole, like, media literacy conversation, and I'm not trying to, like, push the will view of it. It's just, I don't think people are as dense when it comes to media literacy as the conversation has led us to believe. And I do think that the discussions about reviews of Starship Troopers at the time was really interesting, with how many professional reviewers just didn't fucking get that movie. It's one of those films that became a cult classic because people understood it. I think that with a lot of media that we encounter now, people do get it. I think the rule of cool often becomes the focal point, but like, people know the Space Marines aren't the good guys in 40k. When people first encounter it and they see that kind of like hyper Catholicism with power armor, you can, you know, the iconography of it is cool as shit. You know, it's Roman Empire meets hyper Catholicism, and everyone's a badass. But it's not a world you want to live in. I mean, hell, even the Space Marines have a bad time. And I think more people understand that than don't. We were having a really good banter on, like, media literacy, and I was worried I'd kind of, like, ruffle-stomped it a little bit. Anyway, let's haunt this shit. I know, babies, I know.
It's getting real, all right. I recognize my writer's room on the stage.
Owl! Owl and wake!
I
Owl!
almost dreaded the ideas this would conjure up.
Nice set you got here. What was the scene in this room?
Ballroom's
This is what
haunted.
we call the writer's room. In the play, it's where the devil rewrites reality whilst God is asleep. The devil was our star role. I got a big-time celebrity to play him, and he was method acting the role to perfection. He never broke character, always wore the cult mask. His name was scratched out on the posters.
Mm-hmm. And who was this mystery celebrity? Let me guess. Alan Wake?
I wish I could tell you, but turns out there were masks upon masks. Whoever he really was, shit got weird when he was around. Some of the crew joked that we'd actually hired the devil to play himself.
Mr. Scratch as the devil. He was born to play the role.
I had to agree with Casey on that.
New plot element, the devil. And Quasi, at that point, you're kind of stepping out of, you know, my sphere of knowledge. I'm not saying I disagree, but, like, I can only offer you an insight into games and art and how they all intersect, right? Like, when it comes to, like, non-fictional media literacy and its critique, like, right, who wants some? Annoyingly, I don't get to do my my little how's your health plan. Apparently, it's great. Oi! 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 Not gonna lie, Alan, you kind of deserve that one. Oh, fuck off. Alright, there we go. Could have gone better, could have gone worse. Pills here. Yeah. And so, yeah, there is a wonderful industry friend of mine who, I hate that I am forgetting their name right now because we're battling Alan Wake stuff. And as much as I want a 7 PM coffee, I probably shouldn't. But they do a lot of stuff in terms of like the actual intersection of like current media literacy and real facts, and you know the understanding of. Yeah, no, Fred, I'm holding out for that 7:30. That's the good shit. Hey on, Death Before Decaf. And I guess I want to do the Devil in the Ballroom now, right? Who is the devil and what does he do?
The story was affecting the scene.
Oh yeah, this is definitely more Mr. Scratch right here.
This is not my writing. This is Scratch mocking me.
In this room, he will hurt her. Kendo Nintendo, may I ask, what's the difference between 7 p.m. and 7:30 p.m. coffee? Predominantly what you put in it. At 7 o'clock, maybe a little sprinkling of sugar. You know, perhaps a little splash of milk. Once you hit 7:30, it's just meth. It's just ground meth. Obviously, do not take crystal meth. It's legal and very bad. 7:30 is whiskey. That's better. You know what? That's better. Yeah, I know, Fred. I'm getting lax in my old age. My floors have never been cleaner. Hey, nothing says let's get this house looking good. Like meth cleaning. All right, you can have one heal, Alan, as a treat. Okay. All right, let's follow the path. No. Bad ghosts. Oh, and Journalist, if there are any specific scenes we want to do just for cool factor. Because I feel like I'm kind of following this whole the devil thread. Like the haunted into the devil, but... We've got the rehearsal room slightly up here. But yeah. Okay, so follow the devil's trail. Sorry, my little time-traveling heart wants to go to every location and try every, like, story beat and whatnot. And it's like, there we go. Reserved for rehearsals. So in the rehearsal room, let's see what happens if we put the devil in here. Oh, it's nasty. It's not good. Okay, so bringing it on to happier topics for, like...
This was not the ritual murder site I was looking for.
This was a
This
different...
has been an appetizer before the main course.
Fucking Alan. And Catastro, Watto and welcome. Hello, hello. We're Alan, waking it up. But no, so... Flipping it round conversationally onto the good stuff is that one of the reasons why I think something like this is so special is that when it comes to like the media literacy and stuff like that, this game is special. You can play this as a surface level, like survival-ish, but definitely horror game, and have a fucking great time with it. Or you can do what we're doing. You can deep dive this shit. You can connect the Remedy-verse. You can treat this shit like a whacked out ARG and you're gonna have a great time. Like, I should also say, if any of you find our hyper slow play a little less, I wouldn't say disconcerting. If you find it a little slow paced, our good friend Chorby is having basically like a homies sleepover at their place tonight where they're just gonna finish Alan Wake in one run. Sorry, Alan Wake 2 in one run. Right? And you know what? Shorby and friends are going to have a fucking good time doing it. And I think that's also another mark of an exceptional game that's worth celebrating. You know? how deep you want to go into the lake. How hard you want to connect the pieces. That's up to you, friends. But you'll be rewarded if you choose to. God. Sorry, Alka the Conclave says, Alan Wake, any percent speedrun? Hang on, Room 101. Wasn't that another place we could affect the story? Or was it... I know, we couldn't affect the story here, we could in the lobby. I was just going to add that I don't want to know what the any percent speedrun is for this. And I'm happier not knowing. Alright. Entrance hall. The devil.
The devil's path up the staircase was draped in blood.
Just having a grand old time. But I think there's something really special about a game where you can treat it any which way you want, and you come away feeling like you weren't cheated if you played it quickly, and that you weren't your time wasn't wasted if you played it slow, you know. And I understand, like, I'm a Rain World fan, so I'm used to playing games laboriously slowly to get even like a crumb of story. But then again, Rain World's story isn't about you. It's like, alright, dickheads. Next contestant on Who Wants to Be Fucking Exploded by Alan Wake. Oh, Alan, you're crazy. You badly thought out idea merchant. But yeah, I kind of want to know and I kind of don't want to know what the Alan any percent speedrun is. It's going to be like an hour 20 and I'm just going to be... Here we are. What are we like? Fucking 20 hours in? 30 hours in? Okay, so whilst I'm dealing with the viscera of the cult, what are some games that strike you as games that you can play them at a super surface level and have a good time, or if you go deep into them, it's still good? Obviously Hollow Knight, right? I don't think Outer Wilds, because the process of playing that game through, to play that game through is to go hard.
A new idea here.
Mr. Scratch, if that's who the actor playing the devil was, had stayed in the hotel. Asking around at reception got me a room number. 666. He had requested that room, specifically. The devil had a sense of humor. Or he really didn't. It was funny either way. According to the director, the actor hadn't mingled with the rest of the cast. He had only come out for the play. And always in character.
Kendo, would that I could do a good Taskmaster impression. And what is the red paint budget going to be on this? Very high. Oh, Aeon, yeah. Subnautica, I think, is a very good example of, like, you can play it as a surface level survival game, or you can get really into it and you will be rewarded either way. Ooh, Ishkar, I've not gone hard on Animal Well yet. Like, I've played it, it's exceptional, but that's lovely to hear. This is the tale of Alan Wake's psyche. He's not okay, and shit's getting weird. Okay, it says I'm here. Guess I didn't do room 108. Oh, that's the final scene, of course. So this is the wrong corridor, by the way. I'm just looking to see if there's anything we can grab. And of course there isn't. But yeah, I don't want to call Sleep No More pretentious. I've never been to see it. I know one person who's seen it personally, and they had an incredible time. So I think Sleep No More definitely earns its reputation. H-Class says, I've heard good things about Void Stranger. Yes! I was talking to DJ about that. I haven't managed to catch many of DJ's streams on it, but it... oh, good. But it certainly feels like it has the weight to it, you know? Alright, come on, Scratch. Oh! Pierce me sideways!
I could sense his presence lingering in the room. I was about to have another killer idea.
Oh, fuck off, Alan.
Okay, let's talk about the murder victim. The lady who was killed in the climax of the play.
The leading lady. Well, it was an honor to get to work with her. A grand dame for sure. She went back a long time. Kept insisting she had seen the long-lost original script of the play. She'd been with this mysterious writer, his muse. That was her role in the play. The muse.
She was staying in room 108, where the murder happened.
The set of the final scene, right. The devil comes, an unstoppable force crashing through the hotel through each scene, executed with devastating mastery. And all leading up to him meeting his muse. Turns out he knew her. He had only joined the play to get to her.
Bam, bam, bam! Okay, we're running, Alan. Alan, we're running. Woo!
Shit. Get away!
Nah. Nah, no touchy. No touchy's awake. Alan, I need you to actually run.
I had to reach the light ahead to hide from the dark presence.
Whoop, 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 whoop. I might instead.
Presence had come for me. Drawn to the story I was writing as it grew darker.
Whew. All right, friends. This is going to be the point, though, where we take a quick bathroom break, because if I get jump scared like that, all right, I've said this before, I will say it again. I am not going to be the first person to shit himself live on twitch.television. Yeah, I'll save that for later. Okay. I just keep getting this feeling of, like, the one bringing all this nonsense in is Alan. Like, Alan's the one who keeps bringing these fucking things together. We now have a new plot point, which is the climax. Oh, is this Robert Sleep too? No, you want he's 2 doors down that way on internet. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. I'm not gonna get jump scared too terribly in this. And I've got myself a fancy sandwich for later, so we can have a little like snack break and bants in a little bit. But again, I know this must be slightly frustrating for a lot of you because you have finished this and you know what's going to happen. And here's me, theorizing and theory crafting. What I should do is really just like scream ahead and try and get there, but that would be too easy. So right, so friends, let's say we can take like a little 5-minute break. I'll be back in a sec. Get yourself some water, stretch. If you need alcohol, caffeine, water, beverage, blood of your enemies, and what have you, now's the time to go grab it. And yeah, Peter, theory crafting really is half the fun. So, I'll be back with you all in just a sec. Alright? Book out. Hello there. I have returned. Thank you all for waiting. So 2 things struck me. 2 little stories I have not told you, you lovely Mother Hubbards. Oh, and Ishgar, I did see about the Gundam miniature game. It's closer to like the HeroClix or the like the last generation of BattleTech minis with the little rotating bases than it is to like Warhammer and stuff like that. Because I believe they are pre-painted like collectibles and like a tabletop battle game. So, but yeah, so 2 things that struck me. One was like, so you can't see it on the small camera. I have a honking great big spot on my nose. And it is taking a large amount of human self-control not to attack it with a spoon. And I was pondering, I was like, why have I got this ruddy great big spot on my nose? I usually have bad skin and stuff like that. And I was like, it's probably the old classic if I haven't washed my pillow. And I was like, wait, I'm not the kind of person that leaves their laundry for too long. Why haven't I done that? It's because Amos hasn't pissed on my bed in a long time. There's something about dog pee that kind of motivates you to clean your room. So I was having a hearty chortle about that. The other thing being, do we have anybody who is not based in the US in tonight? Is it just America time zone numpties? I'm trying to open this fucking cheese because I didn't buy snacks because I'm a fucking idiot. I bought food, like sensible food for grown-ups. Didn't buy any fucking snacks because I'm an idiot. Akira Raiden, Watto and welcome. Canada might count. But honestly, I think... I don't think it'll hit to the same beat. Alright, let's work it out. Obviously, don't dox yourself, but country-wise, where you all at tonight? If you don't mind my asking. Because this will only work if we have some... No, Ken, it'll make sense in a sec. I promise. Alright, you're out in Japan. But Akira, that's where you're currently based, right? Yeah, I don't know if this story is gonna carry. Alright, I'll just tell you with context. Okay? So, last weekend, I was very lucky, and I got to go get hot pot with a bunch of friends. It was really nice. It was something we used to do kind of as a friend fan thing once a year. But we haven't been able to do it for a while. We did. It was really cool. Alright. And a friend's husband who I have known of but hadn't met, I got to meet them. And they're based out of Europe and they're working towards...
This is the murder victim. The final scene took place in room 108.
Shush, Alan. This isn't your story. For a change, it's not about you, Alan. So if we're here... Oh, we can switch it to climax. Lol. They were asking me, as someone who has moved out to the US and has spent a lot of time out here, like, what are some tips? What are some things to learn? I was like, one... Getting yourself a shorthand for all the different kinds of, like, American measurements is very useful. Public transport varies drastically from place to place, so never expect there's going to be buses and trains and stuff. But the one that I thought was very funny, I just said, if you want to have some of the best food you've ever had, when you are with a group of Americans, people who have lived predominantly in the US...
The murder victim.
Alan!
108.
Fuck off! I'm talking! Let's see if this works.
The scene here had changed.
God darn it. Hang on. let me finish my little tale, and then I'll bust that one out. So, if you ever want to go for incredible food, tell a group of American folks that you've never had good barbecue. And what will ensue is an argument between the group that you are in, which will always result in going to get incredibly tasty food. Because no group of people from the US can leave that argument alone. And I explained it literally as I'm telling you now. And while it didn't lead to an argument, it then led to some incredibly strong opinions about barbecue food. The difference between like a vinegar base and like a barbecue sauce base and things like that, and the different kinds of rubs, and what's the difference between like different states, north and south, all of this. Oh yeah, no, if you're in Texas, people might actually get hurt, but you will get to have some of the best food you've had. Like, I got lucky, like, I got taken to a proper sawdust on the floor place in Austin, which was incredible. Actually, we had to drive like about 30 minutes outside of Austin. And it was one of those places where like, if you don't get there in time, there's no meat. They make a huge load of, brisket and whatnot every day. And if you don't get it, you don't get it.
Of that freaking gumshoe dick asking too many freaking questions. Not letting us proper police take care of it.
This is our chance to make the powers that be happy. We'll be set for life. Part of the inner circle.
Well, amen to that, partner. I like it. And so the fraternity, the club, the word. Our dear friends with many names. The way I see it, was alone a nut job. A junkie out of his mind on some fancy new designer drug.
Open and shut case. All we gotta do now is dump the evidence from room 108 in the usual place in the alley.
You cheeky bastards. And we know they're bastards as well. Yeah. Those good old designer drugs. And Akira, like, whereabouts in Japan are you based, if you don't mind my asking? Because I hope you're having a great time. So many of my friends have been out there last, like, year and change. And all of their stories have been amazing! I had one friend who, they worked out it would be cheaper for them to basically kind of, like, live and work remote for a couple months out in Japan than it would be cheaper to be in San Francisco. So they did. Tokyo's been fantastic. Fuck yes.
Wait.
Heh, disappear. You great big nerd. Alright, and room 108's around this way. Oh, no, there's 101. Wait, which way is 108? This is up this way. Okay. Aeon, there's so much Tokyo in Tokyo. There is. There really is. Okay. So this is the final scene. Just very quickly, Chaunerus, do I want to throw any of the other scenes, or just go straight to like the finale? Do I want to do the devil, then the finale? Finale ends the chapter. Okay. Whoa. Aeon, that sounds amazing. Thing is, friends, despite my weebery, I've not been. Okay. If we want to see the devil version, do it now. Well, I guess we could try Haunted. Okay. That's just a bit spoopy. The devil. Each bit just gets us a little bit closer to the door. Alright. Let's fucking do this. Oh, good. Dark water. Hooray! Oh, shit. Beware the drowned lady. Hey, Alan, remember when you stole Cynthia's one protection against the darkness and then she turned into a fucking monster? Do you remember that, Alan? Alan, do you remember that? Can't help that you're not answering me, Alan. Super ignoring me. Ooh. Yep, there's the record in the bathtub. Oh, and the song playing is the song of regret. I mean, Fearless, good point. Only time will tell at this stage. Oh God. Alan, you good? His story ends, her story does. Not this ritual to lead you on your friends. We'll meet him when you are gone. Jesus. This is fine. This is fine. Lost on the shore between the forest and the ocean, the owl and the deer reflect in motion. In his room he will hurt her. In hers he is caught. His story ends, hers does not. This is the ritual to lead you on. Your friends will meet him, or when you are gone. Mr. Scratch. DJ. Will's using humor to deal with
This was
spooky
some
bullshit.
oversight. There was a record at the bottom of the bathtub, beneath the body. Somehow it was important.
Shut that front door. So Fearless, that's another point. I don't know if Rose would be able to tell the difference, because sometimes it seems like Rose is being communicated with by like an angrier, meaner Alan, and I'm like, Scratch? And that's Cynthia. Oh, I know you're gonna shit me up, Cynthia. That's your only fucking job in this game. No. Okay.
Another step. Somehow I was closer to home. Closer than ever before. It's you again.
Hey up, Saga.
The FBI agent. Saga Anderson. I'm closer now. I can feel it. You helped me get closer to escaping.
Wake? Are I still trapped? Yeah, the clicker. We can...
You know about the clicker? It can help us. I destroyed the dark presence with it last time. You can help. You can find it. You must find it.
I can get it to you. I have to understand. Did you write the story?
Alice is in danger. I have to stop Scratch. I have to find Return. I need to get back to my apartment. I'm writing a story to get through. Initiation. It's the only way.
The story. You can do that. You can write out...
Boy, howdy, is he hearing what he wants to hear.
Only for a moment, like two planets passing in orbit. Saga Anderson was helping me go deeper, closer to escape. Somehow, I had to trust her. Parliament Tower. I had to get back to my apartment, my study. I had to find the manuscript of Return.
And End of part. Yeah, Aeon, just like words being scratched out. Or Saga's like, the fuck were you doing writing my kid into this bullshit? And all Alan heard was, keep writing? I guess I gotta. Oh, you love my work? Oh, that's so kind of you. Oh my god. Okay, I wouldn't usually do this, but I'm just going to... No, Alan! Never mind. Oh, I can check. I'm quickly going to check to see where Chorby is on Chorby's playthrough of Alan. I want to see if they've caught me up yet. Okay, Chorby's currently in the underground with Alan. Okay. It's just something. Okay. Oh, Aeon, and thank you, like... Okay. Sorry. Aeon, I mean, I like taking this shit slowly because, especially with games like this, you miss them when they're gone, right? And Peter, I'm going to be interested when we get to the end of this to start picking that apart. I did play American Nightmare, but it's been a very, very long time. But yeah, the creation of Mr. Scratch is weird. And like, I'm not even sure Zane is still in here. Like, the fact that Zane's been completely rewritten kind of feels more like an Alan move than anything else, you know? There's something interesting about how this sits in that... you know what, the best way I can describe it is kind of like that literary trope of just one more chapter. We're in that point where we haven't been given the big twist, the big reveal. We don't have the full context for all the things we're experiencing yet. And when we do, oh boy howdy, it's going to be good. And Jack, how are you doing? What? Oh, and welcome. Friends, miscreants, Vikings, and nonsense merchants. Jack Strider in chat is a very, very good friend of mine. Has made indie games splendent, and also, this may shock you, streams on a website known as twitch.television. Please give him a follow. Jack, how the fuck are you doing? What? Oh, and welcome. We are full on Alan Wake 2 on a Saturday. We are Alan caked. Oh, fuck you! Achievement unlocked! Fancy hotel! Fucking... Sorry, every time we play this, I have to turn on Do Not Disturb, so we don't accidentally get, like, spoiler surprise Chivos. And Peter, we'll know. We'll know. Okay. So now we're heading... Children, I do like this become like a fucking running bit at this stage. Alright. So now there's naught to be doing except for getting out of here, right? Return to Alan's apartment. You guys can't touch me if I keep on running. You guys can't touch me at all. Don't like that noise, but okay. Man, I'll tell you,
The
once...
Element Tower was here, again. Zane said the manuscript of return was the key to escaping. I had to get it before Scratch did.
But here's the thing, we've not seen Scratch. You know, all we know is that it's like Dark Alan, but we've not seen him, he's not monologued at us, he's not talked to us. The Dark Presence is a force, but a kind of unknowable one. So like, nani? There's an echo in front of the hotel. Roger, roger. I don't think I need to stash the thing. Ah, alright. Alright, where's the echo? Oh, there we go.
Had I chosen to pursue the cult, or had they chosen me for some unknowable purpose? To be a demon, to sort the clues based on my interpretation, to change that which I observed. It was all a play. Shadows on the wall of a cave, an echo of the true events that happened somewhere else. Was I there to watch the shadows, or was I a shadow too? In a performance set up for someone else.
Yes, we did get a scary song about him, and so far all we've seen of Scratch is the storm cloud running with Alan's face. So Strider, this is very, very good. I highly recommend... Honestly, I highly recommend Control at this point, if you haven't had the chance to play it. If you have, apologies, I don't want to seem patronising, but Control is the glue that links it all together. Quantum Break, Alan Wake, the whole shebang. Eventually, I do think Max Payne's going to get folded into this as well. But maybe that's just me. But it's exceptional, honestly. Like, I went on a little kind of... I mean, you all can say whether it was a rant or not, but I went on a whole bit earlier about how this is what AAA games are supposed to be, right? Just going over to Parliament Tower. What did I miss back here? There's a lot of echoes. Jackie, weirdly there have been no mentions from Max Payne the movie. Oh, so to those of you who are a little bit newer here, it kind of stalled a little bit, but I'm in the process of attempting to watch every video game movie. And that will unfortunately include the Max Payne film with, I want to say Marky Mark? Fucking Marky Mark. Definitely not looking forward to that one, let me tell you. Oh, it's every live-action video game movie, and I've been making some headway. I still find it rather sad that the Doom movie is one of the most boring so far of the lot. Fucking Doom shouldn't be the most boring. But there's still many to go. Yeah, it's got the Uwe Boll block is going to be a night. But I'm gonna make it into an event, you know. I'll have some people suffer through. I've seen half of the Uwe Boll works. And of course I've seen the live-action Mario. Compared to some of the other shite, like The Legend of Chun-Li, the Mario Brothers movie is fine. It's not boring. It has fuck all to do with Mario Brothers as a franchise. But you know what? To watch it through, Dennis Hopper brings the thunder. I forget the name of the gentleman who plays Luigi, but Bob Hoskins as Mario. Like, he fucking does it. Oh, and Chaunerus, I'm just going to head towards Alan's apartment, unless we should be aiming for other things right now. Yes, thank you, Aeon. Okie dokie. Yeah, no, so Margin, I've seen Blood Rain, but Blood Rains 2 and 3 I have not seen. So the two most prolific game directors are Uwe Boll and Mr. A.W. Anderson. And, like, the Resident Evils are a mixed bag, but none of them are truly awful. And, you know, he did Mortal Kombat, which is one of the bangers. He also did Monster Hunter, which is... The Monster Hunter movie is simultaneously fucking incredible and infuriating in equal measure. Like, I wish it had done well enough to get a sequel. And you know what? For all the movies that got fucked over by the plague, wasn't terrible. Quasi, I've done both of the Hitman movies. They're fucking bad. But you know what's great? They're uniquely bad in different ways. So far, Werewolf Within is one of the standout bangers. And the TV show doesn't count. It's only movies. Which is both sad because it'd be a good excuse to rewatch The Last of Us, but also glad because I don't have to watch the fucking Halo TV show. Oh! Oh! Alice!
Go to hell.
I wouldn't ask you to, but Ron Perlman as, like, the Admiral, perfect. The animation for the monsters, perfect. And that what seems like it's going to be another Transformers the movie, like, the US military go to the land. It's the fucking door.
I needed to get inside the manuscript.
Yeah. Would have been too easy if we could just walk in. He's got his PC in the kitchen. Okay, let's go from top to bottom. Greetings from Hollywood. Hey Alice, I'm more fish out of water in Hollywood than I ever was in the Pacific North Wilderness. These yuppies with their glow-in-the-dark teeth couldn't be more fake if they had 6 fingers. And everything is so fucking great all the time, when in fact, it is the opposite. More than once, I've thrown up in my mouth during meetings with these movie execs. Gotta be out here to look after Al's legacy. Everyone wants to gobble up the film rights for the Casey books, and they have moronic ideas of what to do with them. It's my duty to herd this horde of tanned zombies in the general direction of something resembling good. I'm painfully aware of how deeply Al would have hated adaptions if they didn't do justice to his vision. He was a master of hating things deeply. For good reason. I mean, that's why we loved him so much, right? Anyway, gonna hop in on the call about casting. Your pal Barry. Joined a cult, Barry Wheeler. You're gonna think I've been replaced by an evil double, but I have joined a cult and I love it. I'm talking about being, joking about being a cult, kind of. Blessed Wellness Retreat. Working with Al or the Andersons was tough sometimes, but these movie biz types are insane. My stress levels are through the roof and I was tipped off about the retreat. Best decision, felt good, healthy. The guy who runs this place, Chester, is a goddamn miracle worker and not a wacko. I know you think I'm full of shit. I've lost a ton of weight. You wouldn't even recognize me. Chester says I'm lucky to have ended up here, that something bad would have happened to me if I'd stayed in New York. Scratch. I believe him. I was feeling great after everything that happened, especially after those FBC creepos wanted to chat with me, enough to turn anyone into a conspiracy nut. Anyway, I hope you're good over there. Come visit anytime. The West Coast is not as bad as I make it sound in my earlier emails. Your pal Barry. It's not a cult, don't you lot start. Checking in. Hey Alice, checking in. Haven't heard from you. Everything good? I've been trapped in non-stop meetings with no breaks. Open kimono. I've considered peeing in a mug and lunches be damned. How these people ever get a movie made when they do is sit in on meetings is beyond me. Okay, I'll handle it. Hey Alice, sharks are circling. They now want to turn what happened to Al into a movie and or TV show and or, get this, a fucking video game. I told them to fuck off. Yeah, good on you, Barry. Video games, fuck video games. Video games are for nerd geeks. Also, in case you hear about it from someone else, a true crime writer named Tammy Booker is working on a book about Al. I turned down a publisher and told them I'll sue. Don't worry, I got you covered. 4 months ago. How is everything? You good? Just checking in? Tried to call, couldn't reach you. You're probably deep in your creative process. I know how you artists get when you're in the middle of projects and everything disappears. If you call back and can't reach me, I'm doing whatever it is an executive producer is supposed to do. It's a mystery to me. Oh, if you want me to help with anything business related to your exhibition, say the word. Your pal Barry. Yeah, Jack, fucking hate video games. So friends, Jack made a wonderful title called Kakatakoi, a like 2D pixel art Smash Bros game where you will play adorable cats, and your moveset is denoted by the fish that you fish up in the pond in the middle. Here we go.
Months after Ellen died, I didn't leave the apartment. I was flattened by the confusion, shock, the guilt, fear. I could barely get out of bed. Barry Wheeler started visiting. He even cooked me meals. I couldn't stand the guy when I first met him, but he's a better friend than I gave him credit for. And he still checks in. Even after he moved out west.
Okay. I did miss the blessed part of the blessed retreat. Like, it feels like I just missed something very, very significant. Hang on. So we came from the elevator there. This way it was just a spooky toilet. Okay.
Alice had turned the bathroom into a dark room.
Oh, shit, yes! Thank you, Aeon Shaunerus. I'd completely fucking forgot that. Blessed was the para-criminal group. Starting to nick objects of power and shit.
Alice's work had consumed the apartment. Her whole life.
Surprise, surprise, Alan. The darker, the better. They killed an FBC agent with a fondue set. Oh, I forgot about that as well. It's both. The curse of streaming is that you spend a lot of time on a lot of different games, a lot of different narratives. The blessing of streaming for a living is that you have lovely mother hubbers like yourselves to remind you.
One morning, I saw a deer soar past my bedroom window. It was a balloon of some cartoon animal. And I looked out at the street below, and I saw a little girl crying. Like losing that balloon had just ended her whole world. It was the perfect image. The horror of caring.
Fuck.
And that's when I got myself out of bed. And I picked up my camera.
Fucking terror! You just spent almost $1.20 to curse me directly. So I apparently have now lost the game, thanks Favor 6. Fuck. But thank you. Go get some sleep, because someone around here has to. And to be continued. Oh yeah, no, and jumping back, so Chorus is making a very good point. Like, the difference between making a game and, you know, like, EA trying to do, like, the video game of the story of the death of Alan Wake. Like, you know that's going to be dog shit. So, I'm still going to mock it, though.
There was something in the dark. Something I needed to see, to show. The more shadows I photographed and filmed, the more I felt like I was on the verge of a breakthrough. I submerged myself in it. I only went out at night. My search became obsessive, but I still had no idea what I was looking for.
Oh.
There's a world hidden behind ours. A dark tide ebbing and flowing against reality.
Alan, put your fucking flashlight down.
Faces in the shadows. Fear of the dark is really just fear of what could be. That vast, paralyzing ocean.
It's not a lake.
But photography can freeze reality in a snapshot. Put a cage around the infinite and capture it. I need to prove those faces are really there.
And oh, Alan. You can genre us. It's just outside of. You can only do it in between segments. I keep forgetting. If you try and do it whilst she's playing, it gives you the option to skip it. All right, we're going into Alice's writing. Fucking wee! I do like the idea of like photography being the counter to this shifting flow. You know, obviously we all know the stories and the myths around photography stealing souls, but the idea that yes, it takes a fluid moment in time and freezes it, captures it. That's pretty powerful.
The full manuscript of a novel. Return. A horror story about the dark presence escaping from the dark place, taking over Bright Falls. I couldn't remember writing it. I had not written it. I would never write this. I knew who had. Scratch. A monster with my face. If this story came true, Scratch would get out, people would die. Destroying the manuscript, it wouldn't stop it from happening. I would have to fix it, edit it. I could not change the genre of the story. I'd have to work within the constraints set by Scratch. I needed someone in the story to fight the darkness. Saga Anderson. I kept seeing her in my visions. She was already in Bright Falls, already involved, but she was not in Return. Not yet. I'd write her in, try to stop Scratch within the limits of the horror story. It was almost impossible. It was taking too long. I had not reached the end.
Jesus. Alan, you what, mate? Fuck. Aeon, I hadn't thought of it like that. That Alan is the Scratch from Saga's perspective. And the time looping sense of it does definitely have this whole, like, the narrative is always contained. The hand drawing the other hand. But, yeah, from Saga's perspective, you know, the person that dragged her into this, that killed off her daughter in a throwaway note line, that's Alan. Alan's only hearing what he wants to hear when he communicates with Saga. Fuck! Oh yeah, Jack. And the way they blend some of the live action stuff is incredible. I don't even want to call it FMV because like there's these set pieces where it's like in a almost like a holographic shadow. There's a song and dance number in this that is some of the most fun I've had in video games. It's incredible. And here's the thing, if you start playing now, there's so much that you have to enjoy that you haven't seen. And I remember Alan getting shot, or at least Alan seeing his dead body, but... God, this game is so fucking good! Oh, fuck you, Alan!
Scratch stopped me before I could finish my edits to the manuscript. The memory of my edits was already fading. Terrible things would happen if the manuscript came true. Scratch was there, at Parliament Tower, undoing my work. He could use the story to escape. He could go after Alice.
And Fearless, well, that's the question. Look, I mean, we'll find out as we're moving forward. But yeah, Saga had been kind of summoned to Bright Falls. It was, but maybe not. Were they already there because of the other things? But the other things are also related. Like, it's fucking wild. Okay, we haven't missed any parts of Alice's documentary. Okay. Okay. That's fine. We're back in wardrobe.
I needed a new draft of the story. One that would get me ahead of Scratch.
Goal right.
Zane had said we worked on Return together. That was a lie. Scratch wrote Return. I would pay Zane another visit. He had guided me to 2 murder sites. I needed a new one to get back to Parliament Tower. A new draft of Initiation.
Okay. Masks, Initiation Part 7. Talk to Mr. Door. It's a little soupy over here, not gonna lie. Let's get a cheeky little save on. Well, so Aeon, I think that's what we're about to really start unpacking, because if there's this possibility that both sides of this are both Alan fighting against a perceived enemy. The reason why Alan is trapped in this loop is he's fighting himself. But at this point, all we can do is press on and see where it takes us. welcome to the stage, Alan Wake!
I don't have time for this, so let's get over with. Tell me, was this all fake? A show?
No one said otherwise, Mr. Wake.
Hey.
It was to indulge you, but we can stop pretending now.
Masks come off.
Oh, I wouldn't go that far. I don't even think you know who's under your mask, but you know how to make things difficult for yourself.
Big same.
All these rules, endless, convoluted loops you insist on going through. You are so lucky, you know. There are so many people helping you. Armies of people. Myself. Your wife.
Alice. I need to get to her. She's in danger.
She is. Because of you. And so is someone important to me, someone you pulled into this. You keep opening doors. Peeking in. Reaching through to get what you want, and that puts you in my path.
I don't know what you're talking about. I have to go now.
We know.
Maybe you will make it through this time. This has gone on long enough. This and our night springs. It was a nice distraction.
It's time someone gave me a straight answer here.
The next time we meet, the circumstances will be very different. And you would do well to return the favor by playing your part. Or stay out of my way, Mr. Wig.
Whatever you say.
Yeah, Chaunerus, I hadn't even considered that, but you're right.
Zane, the masks were finally coming off. Was it a sign I was closer to escaping? I had no time to waste.
Yeah, so if, like, with Saga being Mr. Dawes' kid, that means that Alan has effectively fucking killed off his grandkid with just with a fucking throwaway, like, plot hook. Okay, lobby leads us straight out of here. Hey, staff, what unwelcome friend. And not even Artie's here. Looks like we've got to go a different way. Staff, you know what? I'm doing good. I'm doing good. I've been really struggling with sleep and stuff this week. Trying to get my sleep patterns and stuff under control. And I haven't succeeded yet. But these things happen. But, like, I'm doing good. Yeah, if Artie would have mopped up all this water if he were here. And I guess if the timelines do have any kind of cohesion together, this must be around the time where Artie's having kind of a mental breakdown. Whatever, water nerds.
I couldn't force it open.
Also, the metaphor of the dark water coming in, like, Alan doesn't seem to have really acknowledged the weird that they're not dissipating, but at the same time. Alright, passes Das. Hey, darling! My interpretation of many worlds. I know we've already seen that, but it's still good. And, you know, well... So, Peter, we've discussed this a lot. Like, Ahti helps to keep the oldest house in check. But I don't believe that's his only... Like, nothing has... I don't believe he's bound to the oldest house. But, like, so the last stream we did, we went through the Valhalla nursing home, and we got the rare dialogue where Ahti basically has, like, what feels like a dementia break. Sorry, I make that sound as if like having dementia is like a little afternoon off. But more the point of, like, he has a moment where he's like, where am I? What's going on? You know? And the idea that either Ahti can't directly influence things, can only nudge things, or that he is a god so old that even he has problems, you know? It makes a whole bunch of sense. Fuck off, mate. No more graphs.
Here is the light at the end of the tunnel. If you come in last, you won't be happy. Jumalauta, that helped you close, Tom. Mutta kun watch the granny in the snow. When the panic is biggest, the help is also near.
So Mr. Door's not happy.
Thor didn't seem happy to see me this time.
Fearing the master is the root of wisdom. But don't let the game get you down. He's playing his role. Maybe put him in your films, Tom. Like you have put me. Sehän olisi.
Aeon saying you could also interpret it as Ahti being used to is used to being able to move freely and then is suddenly stuck, possibly by the story. That's a good point. Like, Ahti's movements are Ahti's. Even in the oldest house, he can move through it freely. Like, dimensions ain't shit to him. And suddenly being locked in one place could cause a panic, a discombobulation. Honestly, friends, I don't want to rush to finish this, but I can't wait until we're done so we can talk about all this.
What films?
I'm a fan of your masterworks. There is Tom the Poet, my favorite, and Yöden Yö is the most famous one, of course. And is it true what I hear, that it's coming back to cinemas? Is there a bottom to this rumor?
Also, the fact that Tom Zane, the filmmaker, has Alan's face but not his voice, where Zane wrote himself out of the story to protect people. Yes, and Rebels, there was also a trailer for it that we saw in the basement of the Valhalla nursing home.
I need to get back to my apartment. Can you help me?
Well, plan is half done. You asked me to make sure you won't forget mikä se valokuva oli? The light pictures. The photos you artist wife took. They are waiting in the shoebox in the basement. What you leave behind, you find in front of you.
Okay. Thanks, Adi.
Okay.
I'm looking forward to seeing Yöden Yö in the cinema. But first, I work. And the work won't end even when you do it, perkele. Ei siinä. One potato at a time. Just remember, Tom, the brave will eat the pea soup.
One potato at a time. Friends, that might be the way we have to tackle 2025. Just one potato at a time. Fries, spuds, hash browns, roasties. 2025. One potato at a time. I think I might adopt that. If you want the pea soup, you can have it. One potato at a time. Okay. Nothing bad happens in basements is a lie I tell myself. Nothing bad happens in basements, but back here again. Be sure to grab the photos. Oh wait, no. So this is this where? Because this is the way back out. No, there we go. Yeah. Sorry, it's been several streams since we last did this bit. Bam! I think we've got to do some clever shit with lamps. Kendo says, one potato. I'm more of a rice kind of person. I mean, 1 cup of rice at a time also works. Oh, that's damp. At least it means we know we're in the right fucking place.
I would find Alice's photos in a shoebox.
This is where we first got the lamp. I mean, Rebels, if it makes you feel better, there's a ton of British, like, sayings and idioms and whatnot that don't make a lick of fucking sense. And they're in English, so... It tells me we're not going to be lucky enough to just find them immediately. Can't wait to find out what the bullshit Cynthia's pulling. Okay. Here's the photos. Oh, we are absolutely fighting our way out of this, aren't we? We'll jump off that bridge when we burn it. What's the term, Aeon, for those, like, mixed idioms? Oh!
These were Alice's photos. I recognized the style. One showed the clicker sinking into darkness. The other showed a light in the shape of a bullet. They were important, even if I didn't know what to do with them yet.
Malfoy, thank you. Don't bite the gift horse that feeds you. No point wasting the lamps. We got 4 bulbs though. Wake, wake, Alan, wake. God damn it! Fucking stuck in my head. Oh no, that's Artie's house. We'll get through it, friends. 1 potato at a time. Yeah, sorry, it's been stuck in my head. Yeah, Moose, that was the thing that struck me, is like, yeah. You can't change a photo after it's taken. Like, the photo is context. It is a frozen moment in time. Literature can be edited, changed, tweaked. A new book can change the entire shape of a previous one, right? But you can't do that with a photo.
Light is a poisonous dart forever.
Oh, and Chaunerus, I assume there wasn't a bunch of shit I was supposed to explore back then. I didn't... Because it's doing an end of part, and I'm like, that was very quick. Okay, cool. I figure you'll be like, well, no! If I'm going to skip cool shit. Huh. Rebels was saying the word for photograph and finish is literally light picture.
I'm lost in the dark, drowning. I'm drowning. I'm drowning. No way out. There's no way out. It's deeper, deeper, deeper. This is hell. I'm in hell. I'm tired. I wish I was dead. I'm tired. I just want to sleep. Please. Let me sleep. I'm so tired. I just want to go home. I've written so much. I write. There's nothing left. It's all gone. I don't know how to write. All the words are gone. There's no more words. Where do they go? I need words. I recognize these words. Who are the words moving? This is familiar. Oh, this is familiar. I've been here before. Have I said this before?
This isn't actually from the writer's room. This is just Alan's process.
That sounds like a character. I write a name up. I think that my name up. I don't want to be character. I don't want to be the story chest. I write these out of a story. Ram these words down your throat. Make you choke on the words. I know the words.
Welcome to a regular night with Alan Wake.
The words are my words. Stop using the words. The words. Come to the word. This isn't your story. It never was your story. The story is a monster. The story will eat you alive. The darkness is coming. The darkness inside. This is my story. You're in my story. Get out of my story. You are a character in my story. You can't stop this story. Will go on forever. There's no escape. You will never escape. You will drown here. You're stuck in a room. You don't have a clue. You're lost. You're lost in blood. I'll show you.
You doing alright there, Alan? Alan, you doing okay? Doing okay, Alan? You good? You good there, buddy? He's doing great. Don't worry about it. Well, there is also this concept of like how the concept of Mr. Scratch being this kind of this powerful antagonist, but I don't know if we've considered the fact that Mr. Scratch might just be this like nightmare shadow to Alan in all the worst ways, you know? Anyway, let's get back to the apartment. Yeah, and Fearless, jumping back to my back, that's what I've been kind of like mulling over in my noggin while we've been playing this, is the power of photography versus literature. Literature is interpretive, right? How you choose to interpret the text is very much up to you. The power of books isn't always in what is written, but what is inferred. The space between. There's sponginess to it, right? Poetry, the most spongy of all, because it's about how it makes you feel. It is a form of literature that's designed to evoke, not necessarily describe, or it's not designed to give you a truth of fact, right? Photography can only capture what is. Whether you constructed it, how you light it, how you set it, it is only what is true. And it captures that moment, right? Once that photograph is taken, it cannot be changed. Do you know what I mean? Now, Moose says something to consider is that there's an implication that Thomas Zane wrote Alan into existence, and if he did, the Dark Presence almost certainly had the opportunity to involve himself. True. The themes of loops here is very strong, because Zane had written himself out of the story, but then was the light presence that helped Alan.
To Parliament Tower, I needed to find a murder site. Zane would know where to find one.
Look for Zane at the hotel. I assume he's not going to call us. Figures. Man, is it me or are the streets a little busier than usual? Another echo here on the street. Do you know... Hang on, let me see if just... Oh, it's right here. It's just... Alright, so there's part of it. Where's the other part? The guy keeps saying I'm drowning, my brain immediately, there is no sign of land! I'll fucking mountain goats my way through this shit, matey boy. Coming down with me. Yeah, because we have to line up the light orb and the dark orb together. So where's the light orb? The light orb is one of the billboards. Ah, there it is. You are coming down with me. Ooh!
Inside this messy maze of blood trails I was chasing the cult through, I ran into...
Yeah, Jack, if you're still watching, check out these visual effects. They're so good. Like, I can still move.
Performed in the name of occult nonsense. A director wants to control every aspect of the world in their films. Is the cult leader any different?
Ooh, that's interesting.
Another alias for Scratch. There was a rumor that Wake and Zane had been working on something together. I was going to get the truth out of Zane, whatever means necessary.
Okay. Yeah, and it is interesting that it's that kind of that Polaris / migraine effect. It's really well utilized. And I know we've said this before, but technical artists are insane wizards. I don't understand how they do what they do, but I'm very glad that they do. No, you must have me mistaken, buddy. There's so many facets of video game creation that I can't do, but I understand. Don't ask me what a fucking tech artist does. Okay, Jordan says, something important. If you see a running projector, wait for it to either loop or turn off.
Zane's
Roger,
room,
roger.
665 was upstairs. The elevator would take me there.
Mr. Scratch is in 666. I need... Do I need to change this area, or can I just take the elevator? Now, if this was a Half-Life game, we'd have to wait for 5 minutes while we got attacked. Oh yeah, and Phyllis, thank you for the description there. Yeah, a technical artist is someone who is simultaneously like a programmer, usually engine level, and also an artist. It's two hybrid skills which very rarely cross over, and it is usually their job to make it blend together in... Ooh! Now we wait for 60 minutes or so because Night Springs episode 3. Let's fucking go! Can't wait for Alan to pretentiously explain this to us. So my inspiration for this episode of Night Springs was God. Look, I'm just saying that if the darkness had gotten George R.R. Martin, do you know what we'd be doing? We'd be feasting right now. It'd be a fucking cooking show. But no. Alright. Let's see what we got.
We often look back and wonder, what if?
Someone to make a show with that.
What if the path not taken had in fact been our charted course? Would we be happier? Or are we, with our set of choices behind us, the lucky ones? And what if nothing would be different? What if, for some of us, our destiny across the endless number of versions of ourselves has been defined and locked beyond any causality of circumstance, beyond the forces in any one reality, but across all realities? For one man, the magnetic pull of destiny is so great it breaks time and space. We join this lone operative, many versions of him in fact, as he chases his nemesis a dangerous being known as the master of many worlds. Across the multiverse, across the many versions of a city that is always the same, yet always different. In Night Springs.
Warren, what the fuck are you talking about, mate?
Tonight's reality-bending episode, Timebreaker.
Okay. Alan would insist it was called a teleplay.
No matter how many parallel realities I need to brave.
Oh!
How many lives, how many versions of me it takes, I will stop.
Yeah!
And I will come back for you.
Yes!
Cut. Everyone, take 5.
Was that okay? I mean, I can do more. I can do less.
Yes, yes.
Poison pill Hey!
Sean, I'm really happy. Let's talk. I love your instinct on this, but we can still push this further. Immerse ourselves into this story. Believe in it. Make it crazier.
Sound like you beautiful Mother Hubbard. Oh, this is brilliant. Sam Lake, the main writer of this DLC, and is also in this DLC.
So cool we are making this shot. Let's dive in.
I want to explore everything, but let's follow the thread. Okay, so you wanted to talk.
You wanted to talk? It's awesome to be doing this with you again, Sam.
Sean, it's so good to have you back. We've been dreaming about this for so long, and now finally we are making Timebreaker, the video game. It's happening.
Yeah, and FMV as well.
That was part of the previous game as well.
Okay, this is amazing.
I'd like to talk about my character, just get deeper into the lore.
Hey, I could talk about this for days. He's a multiversal agent. Goes by many names as there are many versions of him. Breaker, Branch, others. He's searching for his lost love while his ruthless nemesis, Door, the master of many worlds, is murdering versions of him across parallel realities.
Okay.
He must track down and stop Door.
That's so cool.
You've done cool superhero roles in the past. Long term, the agent will grow into the ultimate iconic superhero.
Oh, that's awesome.
So about my gadget.
So the vortex and the gadget. Sorry, I keep forgetting its name. There's just so many acronyms here. But it helps me travel through realities.
Acronyms are cool, right? Like tiny mysteries. You power up your PRS, polyhedron reality shifter with a SEN shifter energy node to activate a Lumivista TV and ride the vortex between realities.
Sam, you beautiful.
EC, Ripple Effect Corporation tech. And you have a gun and a TPS, Timebreaker Solidifier, to defend yourself.
Right, yeah.
Quantum Break says what? Quantum Break says what?
You clearly have your own vision of the multiverse.
The right vision. Truth. It's all out there. That's where these ideas and inspirations come from. They seep through. Somewhere, this here, us talking, is part of the video game, and another version of you is playing it. Somewhere, your character, the agent, is real, and he could appear here through a portal anytime now.
Right. Yeah, right, Sam. You are a maniac, man. Totally.
I love this. there was an episode of Red Dwarf or something in the Euro Seasons where it's they do multiversal shift, and it's the episode concept is that by multiversal shifting, they created us in a universe where we think that Red Dwarf is a TV show and that we are watching it. That our universe came into existence retroactively because of Red Dwarf. Whee! When do we shoot?
Okay. So, what do we shoot next?
We need to set up for the next scene, where your nemesis pulls you into a parallel reality. You can go to your green room, chill out, learn the lines. I left the latest draft of the screenplay for you there. See you in a bit.
Cool. Can't wait.
This is fucking brilliant.
Sometimes it's hard to tell if Sam's joking. A deadpan Finnish humor. And a reputation of being a bit out there. I picked up a weird vibe when he talked about the multiverse.
Oh, this is fucking wild. So we're playing the fictitious production of the sequel to Quantum Break. So we're playing the video game of making the video game of the sequel to the video game. I fucking love this! Okay.
What the fuck was that? Hello?
Doom da doom 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 doom da doom. Oh fuck!
What is this? I thought I'd gone mad. Then I realized Sam was playing a crazy prank on me. There's no way this was real.
Of course! Of course, no way. The Timebreaker Solidifier.
I had to admire how real the body and the props looked.
So we got another one of you, huh?
Jesse!
Excuse me? No, this is just, it's a prank. It's just a prank.
Wait, are you? Shit. You're not Branch. Oh, no. He finally got you.
Are you cast in this game, too?
Listen to me. There are things you need to know. You are in great danger. You must do exactly what I tell you.
Oh! Fuck! I was in whimsy mode.
What the fuck? What the fuck? I blanked out and I was suddenly someplace else. I'd had gaps in my memory before. But that's the movie star lifestyle for you. This was something else entirely.
Okay, and Peter was just saying, so if I had checked the floor before the body, the thing on the floor was the script for literally what was just happening. Alright, so I've got my pistol. Got my cool little multiversal sonic screw flashlight.
The last thing I remembered was the red-headed woman at the door. She looked familiar. She was trying to tell me something, and then it went dark.
Jesse!
It felt like a dream. Think, man. I need to get out of here. A psychotic episode? Or was the multiverse true after all? Did Sam do this? An elaborate hoax? Off-the-wall, method-acting reality show? It had gone way too far. Okay. Yeah, let's go with that. Act like this is true. Okay? I'm an actor. I can do this.
Yeah, you can, Sean.
We'll have a good laugh. And then I will punch Sam in the face.
This is so cool. So Sean was saying we're playing as Sean Ashmore. We're playing as the actor who is playing as. Oh, I know who I am. I'm a dude that's playing a dude pretending to be a dude. This is fine. This is totally fine. Yeah, fearless. Those are pants. Do you want me to get them? I can go back and get pants. but this is just gleefully meta. And the things I talked about earlier about how, like, a big point of Quantum Break's selling was how it was, like, real actors in this, like, integrated TV show, video game thing. Like, Sean was, like, front and stage on E3 for the whole big announcement with this. I want to say that was Bonnie What's-Her-Face's pet project, but don't quote me on that one. E3s of old are slowly shifting into a great big blur.
What had Sam said? I needed to find an energy node and use this rod thing with it, the PRS, was it? And look for some kind of TV to get the hell out of here.
But yeah, what a wonderful way to fold what they can of Quantum Break into it. Because by creating a multiversal theory, it doesn't... They can call it whatever they want. So long as this character is here, and then there is a Mr. Door, and I guess, you know, not Jesse Faden, like, the naming convention doesn't matter because multiversal rules apply.
No. Door's coming. He knows where I am. What was that? He's coming. He knows about the trailer. I need to hide the energy. I need to get it away from the trailer. Away from the TV. No, God, no. Oh my God. Oh my God. I wasn't certain this was a prank anymore. I heard a voice in my head. It sounded like me. Insanely, I heard the thoughts of another version of me. The one living here. The trailer was his. I'd check it out. Don't think. Just act.
Oh, I've gone the wrong way, haven't I? I was supposed to go up, not down. Okay. Yeah, maybe a couple of cups of coffee would sort this right out. One of the great problems with long-running video game series is when they do get involved with publishers and the like, it can get messy trying to keep it all together, right? But let's hear it for not just a spiritual successor, I don't know, a spiritual victoire.
Luma Vista TV. According to what Sam had said, I needed the energy. The other me had hidden away from this tree.
Okay. So we head down the road to go get the whatever the MacGuffin will be. All right. Always check the bathroom. Okay. So what's this?
The handwriting was mine.
Who is the
theories about the multiverse and Door?
Who is the mastermind? Well, it's Darling's book. He's pulling the strings. I must hide from him. The redheaded woman, I have to find her again. I know her. Lisa, Elsa, Jessie, Elizabeth, Liz, Savage, Dylan. I hear their thoughts when they die. Oh, that's great.
The energy node was out there in the forest somewhere. I was wasting time. I had to go look for it.
The Red Conspiracy, Don't White. Why the acronyms? What are they hiding? Disappearance off the grid. We are connected in our dreams. Am I the chosen one? If you have to ask if you're the chosen one, you probably aren't. Must be careful. Find a way to break through. Killing us, not dead. Something worse. Broken. Because one of us is the chosen one who can stop him. Replace him? Wreck Agent Branch, Timebreaker, James J. You are a paranoid nutcase. Door, me, another me? Someone else? Who wrote this string theory? Multiverse? Why is he after me? After us? He's coming. Okay, the polyhedron's the key. I do like a good polyhedron. You are here. Ah, yes. What's the term? It's like the finite curve.
The creek's deep enough for us to all the way. The water's it's safe. Now get the fuck away from here before Door zeroes it on me. I'll make it. I'm the chosen. Out of all the versions. Me. Yes.
About that, buddy.
He's hidden the energy node at the creek in the forest. I have to find it.
He didn't make it. He wasn't the chosen one.
Okay, I found the creek. So, where's the energy node?
It's by the waterfall, which apparently we're not going that way. So I guess we head up. Okay. It's really, really interesting that via Night Springs, so much of the rest of the Remedy verse is getting not recontextualized, but kind of squidged in. Like, it struck me in the Control DLC, Alan starts writing about how Jesse Faden finds him. Like, how Jesse is gonna, like, help him escape and things like that. But so far what we've seen is that Alan's tried...
There.
Oh, that's super cool.
Just like in the video game.
Just like in my Japanese anime! Hang on, pause it for a second. Alan's tried to write himself... He tried to write himself into the story to be Jesse's sibling for Control. This is kind of a recontextualization of something that already exists. Fuck, where's my brain going with this? I can't remember if they cut that line from Twin Snakes, but it always makes me laugh. Japanese animation, or Japanimation as it's known. No one calls it that. Otacon, stop trying to make it a thing. Fucking bellend. Hang on. Let me grab this thought. Flitting around like some kind of lunatic butterfly. Okay. Alan hasn't been able to write them into the context of the story, but he did write for Night Springs. It's like he's created these like long lost episodes as a tool, as a thing, right? Obviously reaching out to Rose made it into the writer's room, but it wasn't enough to get him out. And writing him in to Control, into Jesse's story as the sibling, obviously didn't work, but maybe. Nova, you sure you're not the lunatic butterfly? I mean, multiversal theory, I am both. Isn't that right, guinea pigs? What do you think of multiversal theory, babies? You like it? You like multiversal theory? You multiversal cuties? Sorry, the reason I keep going to the fridge to slug water is during the first few streams here, I decided as a bit that I was going to put my water in a Tito's handmade vodka bottle. And I've been drinking from this on stream. No one has noticed. Or people did notice and no one said anything and I guess assumed that I'd finally broken. I haven't. It is literally just water. But because this is a glass bottle, it's reusable and it doesn't make it taste funny if I forget about it. So I've been drinking from it off camera so you all didn't think I have an actual problem. But I also was hoping someone would be like, Will, are you just necking a bottle of vodka on fucking stream? The mods know when it's booze. Right, well, the thing is, my body doesn't like shots anymore. I can drink a shot, but my body will try and auto-reject it just because of a lifetime of abuse. So I wouldn't be able to just neck booze from the bottle like this unless I was already trashed, as I did with Mythic Quest. But yeah. It feels like these Night Spring episodes was Alan trying fucking desperately to grasp onto anything. Like, while he's been trapped in the darkness, he's tried loads of different ways. He's tried to write himself out of here. He's tried to send up flares. The DLC from Control was him trying to grasp onto the FBC, but he didn't quite succeed. They couldn't get him out. Yes, Nova. That's why it failed with Rose, because Rose doesn't want him out of the story. Rose is obsessed, not with Alan, but with the idea of Alan and the worlds he makes. She'd never want him to stop writing. And Aeon, you're right. It's not entirely clear whether they could or could not. But that's how I'm choosing to interpret these different Night Springs episode. This is Alan he's trying anything to get out, right? Alright. Sorry, it's not quite food time, but I do need some battle snacks. And again, don't let the guinea pigs fool you. They have had so many treaties today. I mean, it's what makes this game so special. Through Alan's writing, so much is possible and not possible. Also, notice that we've got now a chonking, like, long man of the woods beard. Alright, let's Doctor Who this shit.
The PRS was charged now. I had to get back to the trailer and the TV. Oh shit.
Oh my god, he's here. I'm here. I not know what. Please take me out of here. Not me.
You can't escape. I am everywhere.
So Peter, I didn't remember that, but that would make sense. Peter was saying that in the intro video for the DLC, Mr. Dawes said something about how these stories collapsed back into mere fiction. Kendo says, do you know about the guinea pig committee? I know about the fucking guinea pigs who run my life. Honestly, I have to not let them bully me into giving them...
Fuck this shit! I thought it was just the plot of the video game. But it was all real. Door, the master of many worlds, was murdering versions of the agent, played by me. Versions of myself. What the hell? Don't try anything! I've got a gun!
Doesn't that look like
It's all true.
him from another universe?
No hoax. No video game. It's really happening. I was lost in the multiverse. I had to become the role to survive. Be the agent. I had to get back to the trailer and the TV. Use my PRS on it.
I don't want to keep saying Red Dwarf did it, but this is basically a less fun version of Ace Rimmer. Smoke me a kipper. I'll be back for breakfast.
Dora would be coming for me next. I didn't want to face him. Fuck that. But
Smartest thing you've said all day, mate. It is inevitable. It's what? Inevitable. All right. TV time.
PRS, the polyhedron reality shifter on the TV, to get out of here. I felt a strange pull from the vortex on the screen. I was afraid that wherever it would take me, I was going to run into this door person. But I couldn't stay here either.
Onward! Welcome to old-timey Ocean View City!
No.
Welcome to Night City Springs Ocean View Hotel. Enjoy your stay. I do wonder on that one, Aeon. Polyhedron, as in Polaris. And yeah, the mark on his shoulder has changed as well, and the TV is kind of smashed. You know, I should definitely try using some of the flashbangs, because I've not run out of kit playing these. Oh, that was cool. Or running these. But I also think about the fact that the board is represented. Oh!
I was in a different reality. But not better, worse. Maybe by thinking of Door, I traveled closer to him, to where he was in control. Next time, I'd focus on something else.
Entertainment lobby, tango lobby, coffee lobby. Hang on, that's probably a puzzle. 12, 3, 9. 12, 3, 9. Or 0, 3, 9? Considering the amount of weird puzzle games that we have played, friends, I'm kind of what's the term? Preconditioned to be on the lookout. But yeah, no, I was thinking with the whole shapes is like, you know, in the same way the board is just big old fucking pyramid of inconceivable energy. It really wants me to use a lot of grenades.
I had to find the right version of the lobby in the right time, when what I needed was there.
So it was the right time to visit Night City's Spring Ocean Hotel. Morning lobby has never-ending breakfast. Fuck yeah. Craving one of our delicious signature cocktails? Stop by 6 o'clock. When the right time is only a door away. Okay. Entertainment, tango, coffee. Okay, well that's 6, so that's cocktails. I guess that's breakfast. And that's nighttime? So... let's get some coffee in. Good morning, everyone! For this morning, we shall have a spot of the tango. Ah, it's another Thomas Zane movie. Hey, little fire. Water and welcome. So, I don't know if you heard us talking about it yesterday. Shorby's currently doing like a quasi speed run, like a till we beat. I am doing the exact opposite. I am doing a let's look at everything run. Could anyone explain to me this poster? Because I can't read it. Except the fact that it's a Thomas Zane production. Yeah, Peter. It's a lore crawl. And honestly, once it's dinner time, it's going to be wine o'clock and all. Okay. Oh, it's fucking Death Rally! Thank you, Nova. This is brilliant. Alright, come on, kids. It's time to have some fun. Sup, nerds?
Time was broken here. The corridors led to the same lobby, but in different times.
Okay. So that's the one we didn't have. That's still midnight lobby, and that's still 6 o'clock coffee hour lobby. So does that take us back to where we were? Alright. Because I kind of want to explore it more than... Entertainment. Okay, so we're at Tango. So 9 o'clock is coffee. Let's go get coffee. Okay.
The clocks showed the way. They'd guide me through to get what I needed. Okay, I got this. Find another node, another TV.
Excuse me, I was promised coffee. 6 is not listed. Shenanigans. 6 isn't listed, but 6 is on the sign outside that says cocktail hour. I wanted to get cocktails. Okay, yeah. First we have a little scrap, then it's cocktails. So yeah, we do entertainment, then tango, then coffee. I was hoping. Oh, excuse me.
More multiverse science babble. It gave me the creeps.
Well, so what was interesting is the REC, I don't know if our character has it, because I can't get a look at his front, but the guy who was us who died had an REC badge on. Yeah. Entertainment, tango, coffee. Though I will say, friends, in the next 10-15 minutes, I'm going to need to make myself some actual food. Because I'm gasping for a glass of wine, and I don't want to end up whoops shit-faced. Okay, so here's the TV.
A Luma Vista TV. I just needed energy to power it. I couldn't hear the thoughts of the other me. The one native to this reality. Maybe Door had killed him already. Not a happy thought.
Nope. Then we go dead ahead. Oh, and Nova, I have eaten. It's just I had some snackage, and the snackage is not hitting the beat, which means I'm hungry. Tango lobby, Ati, always good to see you, buddy, or hear from you. And last but by no means least, coffee lobby, which is apparently just dead ahead. So, Kendo, I have a choice. So I've got fancy sarnies, I've got barbecue pork rice, and I've got pizza. Also, notice it's getting more complicated as we're progressing. Each of the chapters being split into a different shape. This one being D20. All right, friends. I'm going to do this before somebody else does, because I know you're going to do. Right. Friends, we're going on the honor system here. D20s at the ready. This is a roll for initiative. We're going on the honor system, alright? Oh, 19! I might win for a fucking change. Caffeine has got 15, but it has an alert feat that adds. Rebels, also 19. Crux happens to the best of us. But you can always put your dice on the naughty chair if needs be. Always ready. Always ready. Sure, Caffeine, sure.
The PRS was charged up. Now I find my way back to the TV.
Okay, and the TV
when
was...
I used the TV to travel between realities, I was thinking of Door. And the vortex brought me here, where the time breakers attacked me.
I want to say the vortex were... the TV was entertainment lobby? Was it 6 p.m.? And yeah, Aeon, I was kind of thinking about that, like, if there was anyone else in this reality, he's just kind of nicked the only exit. Oh! Shoff in hell! Oh, fuck! Fuck! I hope it doesn't put me too far back. I didn't realise I was getting hurt there.
Now I find my way back to the TV.
Okay. Well, it wasn't that way.
When I used the TV to travel between realities, I was thinking of Door. And the vortex brought me here, where the time breakers attacked me.
Okay, this was the Tango. And from Tango, we went to Coffee Time, didn't we? And wasn't that where we found the telly? Yeah. Ironically, this whole time, I could have just been charging forward. Okay, no, that was the polyhedral. Well, it's not noon, so that means it's got to be 6 p.m. It's cocktail hour. Television was entertainment. Ah, beans. Okay. Entertainment was midnight. Alright, there was a fucking weird noise there. It is always very funny when this game likes to remind us that it is in fact a horror game. No! I'm killing versions of myself that Mr. Door has claimed. I don't like it, Mr. Door.
This time, a different attack. I thought about it right before. She knew things. If I could find my way to her, she could help.
Well, I'll tell you what, friends. What if we do pizza tonight then? Because I can just pop the oven on, and that will be the least amount of time I need to spend fucking about. If you want a break, take it now. In that case, then we're going to do fancy sandwich. Though, Ken, you were right, because I do have enough... I don't have enough dumplings left over for a full meal on their own, but I do have some left. So I could do like some dumplings and some fried rice tomorrow. And you, my cutie fatties, are fine. You have had so much food today. Like I said, they run my fucking life. Okay, so... I'm gonna go zhuzh Pasani, and then let's have a little chat. Yeah, no, Aeon, last night after stream, I finished the Fafamancy, I finished doing the Longship store, and I went and got myself sorry, and after I was done with everything, I was like, man, I am starving, but I don't fancy anything that I've currently got. So what are we going to do? It's like, I tell you what we're going to do. Big gyoza. So, let's call this one a 10-minute break. Sorry, I went over to find some tunes to put on whilst we're taking a little break. And I immediately have 3 adverts for the Gundam Miniatures game. I'm like... Dear targeted ads, if you wanted to at least pretend. Let's put some smooth jams on. If you want something to watch while you're waiting, go check in on the Chorbmeister, who I don't know whereabouts Chorby is right now, but I assume doing... Actually, let's have a quick look. We're on break here. How's Chorby's doing? Chorby's definitely in a hotel? Damn, did they already do, Man, I guess they must have already done, Champion of Light. Yeah, they're at the beginning of the... Oh, they're doing Alan's stuff first, not Saga's. And they have been going for 8 hours, so props to them. "10-minute power hour." Hardly. 10 minutes of Will gets bullied by guinea pigs.
Hello, little cutie. I know you're so cute.
Alright. Look, this is how they bully me. Alright, I'll give them hay first, and then I'll make myself a Sami. Alright, come on, you cheeky buggers. Cheeky babies. Cheeky babies. There we go. I'm going to put this over here. Because you girls can stand to do a little bit more of a trundle. You little house body. Little Miss Diva. Alright, there you go. Happy little face. Oh, hello there. I guess at this point you're probably wondering, hey Will, what the heck are you doing in the middle of this Alan Wake style VOD in your fucking Adventure Time Jim Jams with a spot of gin? Well, I'll tell you. Or the guinea pigs will tell you first, whichever. No, so this VOD ended up being too hot to handle. YouTube went, wait, you played a video game for 12 hours? Nuh-uh-uh. So I've had to break it into two pieces, and at the same time, I'm also learning how to use a new video editing software, which was very kindly given to me. So I'm doing a whole bunch of things. So I just figured, like, you know, to those of you who are VOD watching, to those of you who are just general cool kids, I'd slip this little message in, say hi, hello. You know, you can see my flat and a vague sense of disrepair as Calcium Bonio looks at my goats standing on things calendar. But yeah, this is being filmed the day after the Alan Wake marathon, and honestly, I don't know if I've recovered from it. I'm still digesting so much of it, and yeah, we're all gonna need to have a big old sit down and chat. But if you've made it this far through the VODs, you know, if you're here for what is essentially like a cheeky Easter egg, you know, let me know how I did. Let me know what you think, friends. Like, Alan Wake 2 really is one of the special games, and I wouldn't say that it has restored my faith in the AAA games industry, but it sure as shit has restored my faith in what we can do with huge budgets and incredibly talented people. So, all right. If this were retro media, this would be the point where a whimsically British voice would tell you to turn over the tape or continue on side B. Or of course me, drinking gin. I made myself laugh. All right, see you in the next part. Cow.